across this website on your Friday at work. Stay with us, close the office door, put the do not disturb sign on it if you probably don't have that in your office really, but enjoy the next 3 hours with us. We're on a live safari. My name is James Hendry, and on camera today we have Vium. And just to give you a bit of context as to what's going on and where we are in the world, I'm going to introduce the team to you and tell you where they're from, and that'll just give you some context to South Africa. Beautiful, beautiful country that we live in, and in fact, in one of these many polls, I suppose some of them irrelevant, South Africa was recently voted the most beautiful country in the world, and I thoroughly agree with that. Do you, Vium?
Absolutely.
There we go. Viam is from Pretoria, which is our capital. Then on the other vehicle today, we've got Scott, who's from Durban on the east coast. And on camera with him is Andrew, who is from Johannesburg, the kind of economic hub of Africa. In the control room today, we have Nikki, who's also from Cape Town, a beautiful, beautiful city, also known as the Mother City, and next to her, Tara and Kirsty. They're also from Johannesburg. That's why things work. You know, they're from Johannesburg, so they're highly efficient. And that's basically the team that is operating with you today. So we're just going to head back to those kudu, and I'm going to tell you a bit more of my plan for the afternoon. You are more than welcome, please, to interact with us. We love it when you do talk to us. Hashtag Safari Live, or questions at wildearth.tv if you're on the email. And that hashtag is for those of you who are tweeting. A very simple way to get hold of us, and probably the easiest. And those two magnificent kudu are just coming down to drink, because it is a balmy 28 degrees, which is 82 degrees Fahrenheit, if you happen to be working in the imperial system, which can't have made school particularly easy for you. Now, I don't know what you think, but I think that those two kudu look like they're in not great condition. They're adult bulls, but they look pretty skinny to me, and I think that's simply a function of this time of the year when the vegetation is just very sparse at the moment, and we're heading into spring, we hope, fairly soon. Well, I mean, it feels like spring at 82 degrees, but the vegetation certainly isn't yet. Now, the first trees that we're waiting to bloom are the knobthorns, and they're going to produce some beautiful sort of cream, honey, scented and colored flowers fairly soon. And we'll show you a couple of knobthorns as soon as we can. They're not particularly entertaining this time of the year. But then after that, they'll sprout their leaves. And some trees will wait until the first rains, but many, like the knobthorns, don't respond to water when they flush. They respond to day length. And that to me is very interesting. It means they have a very strong root system that reaches down to the water table. So water is not necessarily a limiting factor for them in this area. I mean, that's within reason, but they respond to day length. And so as the days lengthen slowly as we go towards summer, so those trees will slowly flush. And the marulas are the same, and many of the trees are the same. The grasses, however, with much thinner and more shallow roots, obviously can only come up during the rain. So that will happen whenever the rain decides to pitch up. So two adult bull kudus. You can tell their age by the twist in the horns there. And the one you're looking at on the right-hand side has got sort of there's one complete twist every 2 years. So I put him at about probably 3.5 to 4, and the other one is probably a year older. So let's say 4.5 to 5. So the darker one is definitely a bit older, probably about a year older than the lighter one. This is actually a really nice kudu sighting. I just want you to notice there how he had to duck his head down to get under the tree. That, interestingly, we think is one of the major reasons that male kudus, bulls like this, don't live for as long as the females. Once their horns get particularly big, it becomes very difficult for them to escape from predators, because if they're running through thick bush, and they do live in thick bush because they eat leaves, their horns tend to get caught up in the trees, and so it becomes very difficult for them to maintain any kind of speed. And once they tilt their heads back, of course, then they can't see where they're going. So those horns are something of a hindrance. But on a male, it's not a huge issue because, well, as with most populations of mammals, you don't need nearly as many men as you do women to keep things going. So while we watch them disappear into the bush there, my plan, this morning we were extremely fortunate to watch Sindile, a young, just about a year old, just over a year old leopard, and we spent a good deal of time with him. I don't think he would have done too much since this morning, but we're going to go back there and see if we can find him. And if we can, we'll probably spend a bit of time with him. I'm not sure exactly how long, but we'll see what he does during the course of the afternoon. And Scott, of course, is on the other vehicle, and he's probably going to head, I think this is his plan, he's going to head across to Arathusa and see what he can see. There have been a lot of elephants around Juma and Arathusa, so perhaps we'll be lucky enough to see some of them. I certainly would love to see some lions at some stage soon, but there were none on Juma certainly this morning, but perhaps there will be some on Arathusa. If there weren't any on either reserve this morning, there won't be any this afternoon, unless they are playing completely unlike normal lions and actually doing something functional during the middle of the day, which lions generally don't do. Now, if you haven't heard, I'm just going to drive while I tell you the next bit. If you haven't, you're wondering what Juma and Arathusa are, they are the two small sections of the Kruger National Park, the Greater Kruger National Park, in which we operate. We're on Juma now, 900 hectares, and then Arathusa is just off to our western side. That's another 600 hectares, and we're allowed to traverse there. Now remember, there are no fences between us and another 3.5 million hectares of amazing African wildlife land extending into Mozambique and Zimbabwe, and then of course the bulk of the portion here in magnificent South Africa. Hold on, Liam. Bumpy bit. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just going to stop right here. This is really nice. So what we have here is a weaver's nest, and there are a whole lot of them on this bush behind us here. Sorry, Liam, if you don't mind, just giving a quick show across. There we go, lots of them. And they come from a bird called the village weaver. It used to be called a spotted-backed weaver, and I'll show you a little picture when I get back in the vehicle. But the nest has an entrance hole here through which the bird goes, and I mean, I can barely fit my finger in there, and a weaver's a pretty large bird. And this is one probably from last season. It may be from 2 seasons ago, but I think probably from last season. And it will hang in the tree like that. And it is constructed every year, reconstructed by the hapless male weaver. And the only way that he can have a lady for comfort during the summer months is for him to create a nest of sufficient skill and sufficient comfort and opulence. And so what the male weaver does, and they'll start doing it fairly soon now as we head towards the warmer months, is he will weave this incredibly intricate basket and then try and attract a female to it. And if she doesn't like it, she will come and tear it to pieces, and he will then begin again. It's not a very nice situation for the poor old male, but I guess that's all he has to do. Now apparently you can make bird's nest tea out of, some people make bird's nest tea. I'm just smelling this one. Smells like grass really. I don't think I'm going to make any bird's nest tea out of it though. But you can see how for a little chick, this must be a lovely place to grow up, I think. Well, maybe not grow up, but certainly be fledged, because it looks so comfortable. It's lined with feathers inside, which you can't see from there, and a bit of spider's web, and so it looks like a comfortable place to live. Unlike, say, a vulture's nest, which is a platform of untidy sticks, which Brent showed you, I know, the other day. One more thing I do want to tell you about this is that it's not only host to weavers, it's also host to a cuckoo that we get here called the Diederik's cuckoo. And the Diederik's cuckoo will climb into this nest, lay its eggs, and then climb out again. Sometimes they throw out the original weaver's nests, weaver's eggs, and sometimes the cuckoo chicks will toss out the weaver's eggs, and sometimes they just grow side by side together. I'm not exactly sure what the situation is here, but the Diederik's cuckoo will then play no further role in any kind of parenting. And that's a concept called brood parasitism, and it happens all over the world. But this one is a particular favorite of the Diederik's cuckoo. Right, that is the spotted-backed or village weaver. Well, it's his home at any rate. Right. Here we go. I'll show you a little picture as we drive along. Alright, I'm just going to get up onto some high ground here and stop. I'll go show you a quick picture of the bird before we head across to Scott to introduce himself and some pachyderms that he has managed to find. So I don't want to dwell on this for too long when you can see the real stuff going on in the wild. So the village weaver, somewhere in this book there is, village or spotted-backed weaver is number 3 over there. Okay, so that's what he'll look like when he starts to build his web, his nest. Okay, so we're going to head across to Scott, who's managed to find some pachyderms, and I will see you just a little bit later, perhaps with some good news of Sindile. See you just now.
Hello everyone, and welcome on board with myself, Scott, and I'm teamed up with Andrew today. I'm not going to keep you with me for too long though, because as you can see there's some elephants just in front of us, so take a closer look. It's a large herd. There seems like there could even be possibly 2 or 3 herds in this area. And there's a few bulls that seem to be trailing them. Possibly some of the females within the herds are in season or coming into season, and that's what's attracted a few of the bulls, like the one we are looking at, to the area, because usually the bigger and older bulls will travel alone or in small groups of other bulls. So either that or just through default they've all come into this area. Right, Andrew's now panning across to a big cow. He's busy chewing the bark off an acacia tree. She's a little bit hidden behind the guarri bush in the foreground now, but you'll see her rolling this branch through her molars, trying to get the highly nutritious bark. The inner layer of most branches is not nutritious at all to the elephants, so they'll often discard that. And they have to be quite resourceful at this time of the year. There's not too much food around. It's coming to the end of our dry season, and it's been an exceptionally dry season due to the lack of rain in the previous summer months. But they all seem to be doing well. And in times like this, when it is dry, it's only the older or very weak animals that will not be able to tolerate the harsh conditions. Well, what a great start we've got off to. You got to see some kudu drinking with James, and now a lot of elephants await you. Quite a few of them are in the thick bush beyond the 2 that you can see now, or the 3. Oh, there's a youngster. And we just got a comment through from John in Kentucky. Good to have you with us, John. And he's mentioned that it's 33 days until our official spring season has begun, and we can expect a lot of great changes in those next 33 days, and thereafter a lot of rejuvenation of the plant life and a lot of visitors, mainly birds coming from many different parts of Africa as well as Europe and Asia. So those are some things to look forward to. And like I say, a huge rejuvenation in the vegetation after we start getting our first rains. This big cow still swiveling the branch between her molars. Not wasting anything, it appears. And you'll notice the one in the background looks wet on the bottom half of its body, and it's been quite a hot day today. And it's not uncommon for elephants to swim in the water holes to keep cool. You'll also notice that it's quite windy this afternoon, and that's keeping us nice and cool for the time being. Interestingly enough, earlier on at midday it was completely overcast, and in just a couple of hours it's changed to completely sunny. So we certainly are experiencing a lot of different weather patterns at the moment. What I can assure you is that it would be very unlikely to get rain within the next month. And only from October can we really expect to start seeing the first rainfall. So the elephants have still got some time chewing on these dry plants until the summer bounty arrives. I guess it pays to be a little calf like the one we're seeing now, because it's easier to find the smaller little morsels and tidbits that it can feed on. Whereas the adults, being a lot larger, don't have that ease and ability to do so. You can see its tiny little tusks protruding there. That will be, in all likelihood, well, almost definitely, its second set of tusks. The first set they have will fall out within the first 6 months of their life as a general rule, and they're often not able to be seen by us. And this will be the second pair. This elephant's probably closer to 2 years of age. And won't it be interesting to see how big those tusks become over the years. Their lifespan is quite long. It's about 60 years on average, so it's still got a long way to go, only being about roughly 2. Oh, and this is a great sight. On the very shortly grazed grass, you can see this lady's toenails. Doesn't look like she's been for a pedicure recently, but it is certainly a great view of those toenails. Quite possibly a mother and calf feeding next to one another here. The calves tend to stay in quite close proximity to their mothers and will create wonderful bonds between them. Females will probably stay in their natal herd for their whole life, whereas young bulls will start heading out anywhere from 10 years of age and upwards. Oh, you can see the little calf using its foot to try and help break off the small branch. Not having much joy, but it's going at it, and I'm sure it will succeed in the end. Oh! Well, surprise, surprise, the plant was the victor of that battle, and now it's decided to pick up some of Mom's leftovers. An easier option. Well, it's going to battle because it's going to try and do the same thing that its mother's doing, to try and chew the bark layer off. Oh, you can see right into its mouth there. Little pink mouth. What a great angle. That's the view we don't often get to see. Like I said, it's not really having much joy here. The side branch is growing off the main stem, making it hard for it to solve the branch. Teeth. Because, I'm told, we're going to try and reposition it ever so slightly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Jigger. Sorry about the signal on old Wendy there. It's not Wendy's fault this time, more normally it is. but she is up near the very northern section of the reserve where the signal is notoriously bad. Not really sure why. Quite close to that huge dam called Sydney's Waterhole. Anyway, that's where Wendy is, and as soon as signal can be re-established, I'm sure we'll go back to Scott and the elephants. There are lots of elephants around at the moment, so if those are the only ones we see this afternoon, I will be quite surprised. We've just left Treehouse Dam, where there was a giraffe wandering by, and I thought maybe it would come down to drink, and that is always something amazing to watch. But alas, she didn't. She was walking quite quickly. Seemed to be on a bit of a mission. Well, and for those of you who perhaps just joined us, or we were looking at some kudu at the start of the drive. They were drinking a Treehouse Waterhole, and I was talking about their horns. And Eric from New Jersey, very interesting question. You want to know, or you say you've read that when they put their heads back, they can see through the spirals of the horn. I'm just going to stop here. There's quite an interesting bird. Can you see it there? Oh, whoop, whoop. So I'm just going to find you this hoopoo on the camera. Also an onomatopoeic name for the bird. Eric, I haven't read that they can do that, you know. I seriously doubt that it's possible, I must say. So, Eric, I'm going to say that I'd like to know the source of that information, that a kudu can tip its head back and look straight through its spirals. I'm really not sure what the point of that would be, A, and B, having looked at it and looked at a kudu's kind of its eyelashes and the eye sockets, which seem to face forward, I really don't know that it would be able to look through the spirals of its horn. But interesting thought. Thank you, Eric. So that is a hoopoo you're looking at, the African hoopoo. You get them in Europe as well. I think I saw one in Greece actually a little while back, and certainly you get them in Britain. And in fact, I also saw one in Russia, you know that. I saw one when I was recently in the far east of Russia. I saw a hoopoo. And they're called hoopoos. Why, Viam? Because they go whoop whoop, whoop whoop. Beautiful birds. And that long beak is for probing. So lots of long beaks are for, like on a hummingbird or a sunbird, are for getting into the nectar, into flowers, so that they can suck out nectar. But that's a very effective probing beak. It'll probe under the bark of trees for insects and grubs, and possibly into the ground. They certainly do a lot of ground feeding. So it's mainly for probing for insects and that sort of thing. And that's why a hoopoo has got that long dark beak. Now we are just about in the vicinity where we found Sindila this morning. I suspect he does move around a little bit during the day. So we're going to go in here and have a look. And while we're doing that, I'm going to send you back to Scott, who seems to have stabilized his signal. And I will see you hopefully a little bit later.
Welcome back, and it seems like we found a slightly better patch signal wise, and thankfully we still have a view of the elephants. They are slowly feeding in our general direction, so it could mean that they come even closer by to us. Quite a useful technique to approach when viewing elephants is to loop quite far ahead of them and let them make the decision as to how close they would like to come to you, rather than you encroaching on their space. They are understandably very large animals, and they can be dangerous, but most of the time they are unperturbed by us, and they know that the people within this area don't pose any threat to them. And that's something that they would have learned over many, many years, and that's why their behavior is often so relaxed around us. But don't be fooled, if you do get on their wrong side, they can change tune very quickly. Well, I was chatting a little bit earlier about the elephants having to be resourceful during these dry months, but they can look forward to a summer bounty. And Deborah in Canada has just asked a great question relating to the summer bounty that they can look forward to. There'll be a lot of wildflowers blossoming in the coming months, and Deborah's interested to know if the elephants will feed on them. And I can't actually recall seeing elephants ever feeding on flowers, but I can't help but think that they would like to, Deborah. So maybe it's just my memory not helping me out much here, but I don't recall elephants eating many flowers. It'll be interesting, and I'm sure we can ask James his thoughts on this question. And I'll be interested to know if there are any specific flowers that they do seek out, but there's none that I can actually think of. Things that they will be looking forward to, though, are the marula fruits. That is one of their summer favorites. It's going to be towards the end of summer, though, that they get to feed on those. And they literally run from tree to tree in anticipation for all the fruits that will be lying below the tree. And if there's not enough fruits lying below the marula trees, they'll actually shake the trees to help speed up the fruits falling down. And I remember my last drive at the end of the 3-month broadcast in January this year, before we extended till where we are now. The elephants were literally running from tree to tree all around us in such a good mood. Right now you can tell they're quite tired. They would have been spending a lot of time, or a lot more time, feeding and searching for food and water every day than they will have to in the summer months. And you can see they are on the go slow, especially now that it's quite warm. Oh, who said elephants can't be sneaky? Andrew, if you just pan over to the left, you'll see that we've been stalked by what looks like a young bull, and he's just popped up behind us. A lot of you must be wondering why they're only feeding on the dry, dead branches when there's quite a few green leaves around that they could feed on here. These are magic guarri bushes whose leaves are not really eaten by any of the animals. So obviously no nutritional value for the elephants, but it is quite surprising that they are chewing on very dry parts of trees. But what must be understood is that certain plants will store minerals and nutrients within their roots and within their bark during the winter months, almost like us putting our money away in a bank. And the elephants tap into these mineral and nutrient banks wherever the plants are hiding them, waiting for the rains. There's a very pretty bird, Andrew, and I think if you zoom in now, you'll go straight onto it. Slightly to the right in this bush. There we go, it's black and white, a little bit higher up. Let's just keep a close eye on it. It's on the top right of your screen. It's called a chin spot batis. And this looks like it's a male to me, and it may be a new bird for your bird list. Look at that, very, very pretty. Bright yellow eye. And I hope you guys have been keeping your bird lists up since I've been away on leave. I'm sure you have. And for those of you who may be joining for the first time, it is a great way to learn and keep track of all the little different birds out here. And a lot of the time there aren't elephants around like there are now, and it's the birds that we rely on for entertainment. What I'm going to do is get my book out and just show you a picture in the book, because it was fairly far away. Is it still in there, Andrew?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is. I just had my head down paging through my book and didn't see it hiding behind the branch there. Something to look at though, just before Andrew zooms out. Sorry, Andrew.
Okay.
Look closely at its chin. There's no brown mark beneath that black bow tie that he's wearing. It's quite a big black bow tie. But that's the distinguishing feature that helps you distinguish between the male and the female of the chin spot batis. You can clearly see that bright yellow eye. He's looking for little insects within this tree, and they'll often hop through trees searching in the cracks in the bark for little insects, and they will also catch little insects on the wing. And there's the elephant. Jeez, showing some impressive agility there, and how it can really move those big legs around in order to help feeding. There we go. A lot of them are moving off into quite thick bush, but hopefully other members of the other herds around us will be in more accessible areas as the afternoon unfolds. But it looks like most of these ones are now moving off. Oh, the batis is back, and it seems to be coming a lot closer to us. I'm not sure if Andrew's going to be able to get an angle from where he's seated now, but it has flown quite a lot closer to us. Oh. Well, let's take this opportunity to have a quick look in the book, Andrew. And on the top right here, you'll see that the male chin spot batis has got this black bow tie, whereas the females have got a browny throat patch. Very good. You may have heard one of the elephants letting off a little bit of a rumble up ahead there. I'm not sure what that was all about, but possibly just some calm communications between them. They will communicate in a variety of different tones and noises, some of which are actually inaudible to the human ear, infrasonic vibrations which travel through the earth. And I'm told that elephants can pick up these infrasonic vibrations from many, many kilometers away, up to 30 kilometers away if the conditions are right. So it's incredible how they can communicate with other elephants from that distance. But then they also do let out loud trumpets if they get excited or agitated, or deep rumbling murmurs, which is typically associated with calmer behavior. Oh, well, we've got some great comments from Jackie as well as Georgianne regarding elephants and flower eating, which was a question we got through earlier. I wasn't aware of any flowers, or couldn't remember any specific flowers that elephants would feed on, but Jackie said she saw elephants in a park in the Western Cape called Addo Elephant Park, which has some purple flowers that were growing as ground cover, and the elephants were feeding on those. And Georgianne has mentioned that she's actually seen on Safari Live elephants feeding on some flowers called star zinnias. So thank you very much for sending through those updates. And isn't it wonderful how we can interact if this is your first live safari? Very, very warm welcome from myself and the rest of the crew. But it is also important to know that you can send us through your questions or simply let us know how you're feeling. We really also love to know where you're from, so please let us know where in the world you are sending your messages from. It's really interesting for us, especially considering that a lot of you will be watching many, many thousands of miles away and in very different time zones and climates. And it's always nice to know exactly the situation you guys are in. So feel free to share that with us. Well, speaking of new viewers, it's good to have Mario with us. That's a name I haven't heard before, and he's only 7 years old. So good to have you with us, Mario, and thanks very much for sending your question through. Mario is actually interested to know, at what age will the elephant's tusks start poking out, and is it similar to humans? Good question. Usually the first sets of tusks that only grow for about the first 6 months of their life before falling out, you don't actually see sticking out, so we don't often see those. They fall out before they start protruding. And then the next set can start protruding anywhere from a year upwards. So a little bit different to us as humans maybe, but they do have 2 sets of tusks. Interestingly, they've got 6 sets of teeth though. So just like our molars, our teeth at the back of our mouth, they've got very, very big, wide, flat teeth, perfect for grinding up leaves and bark, as opposed to chomping and chewing like a lion or leopard. And those sets of teeth, there are 6 of them that will grow throughout the elephant's life. So they're a little bit different to us as humans because we only have 2 sets of teeth in our life, but just their tusks are quite similar to us, I guess. Anyway, it's good to have you with us, Mario. And let's take a closer look at these elephants. Well, thankfully, the one that is right in front of us hasn't moved too far, otherwise we wouldn't be left with many options. Although, having said that, I'm just looking over my right shoulder, and I can see quite a lot more elephants approaching us. So, we're still in a good spot for now. Like I said though, the elephants really are on the go slow. Probably a combination of being tired, of searching tirelessly for food, and also the temperature that we're experiencing now is quite warm. Got an interesting comment that's just come through from Lisa, and she said that she's heard that it's possible to identify elephants from the fingerprints, or I guess the footprints that are left on their tracks. And basically when you look at an elephant's track, there's a network of little lines and patches, and I'm sure all of them are different and therefore could be used to identify different individuals, but you would need an incredible memory or some serious equipment to help you do that. I think it certainly is possible, because just like us, all of our fingerprints are different, and I'm sure all of the pads on the undersole of the elephant's foot are also different, but I've never been able to look at them clearly enough to be able to tell one apart from another. Oh, I think we might be in luck here. I've seen a few more batis arrive in the tree, and I'm hoping there may be a female that we can show. it's either the same male or another one. The other one that I can see flitting about is on the left of our vehicle, but it's in quite a tricky spot to get to now. So breaking, not very big. A lot of the woods out here are very hard woods.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Sorry about the quick time across to us, but we're here off-road looking to find Sindile, where we were this morning. Now, Liam and I had slight memory loss. Couldn't exactly remember where we were, but we think that we have come into the correct vicinity now. Stump under the left wheel, and young Sindile was lying underneath a guare bush, which is one of these green bushes around here, sometime this morning, and I'm hoping that he's still there and thereabouts. So if I don't look back into your eyes like this, it is because I am scanning the surrounds for the white underbelly of a young male leopard. What do you got there, John?
I'm wondering why that's broken.
That was an elephant, that wasn't us. I don't think it was us. I think it was just down here that we had him. There he is.
You haven't moved it.
So young Sindile hasn't... I'm just going to stop here. He has not moved at all. He looks like he's spotted something, but just look, I mean, you can hardly see him there in the camera. If we hadn't known exactly where he was, it would have been extremely difficult for us to come anywhere near to him. So he hasn't moved in even a little bit. So thank you. Are we going to move into, try and get a better position to him now? And thank you to all of you for your comments about the hoopoes and the various parts of the world where you can see them. I think Joan in England said that she gets them there, and that they're known as offshoot migrants. I'm not sure what that means, Joan. Can you perhaps tell us what an offshoot migrant is? That sounds fascinating. Thank you for that. So I'm just going to go around the corner here and see if we can't get a better look at his face. And yes, well, here we are with the magnificent male leopard. He has spotted something though. You know what, I'm actually just going to wait here for a second. Well, this is very, very interesting. While we're sitting here with this lone male leopard, I've just had a report that apparently Tingana, or you guys have had a report that Tingana was seen mating with Shadow this morning. Now, we had a question this morning. Oh, look. I'm just going to wait here. We had a question this morning about whether or not Shadow would mate at this stage, and I said I really didn't think so. I'd be fascinated to know. We're going to find out from Arathusa exactly what happened there. We'll get onto the radio as soon as possible. I think Scott is heading across that way, and he will definitely get an update, and if he doesn't go across there, we'll get somebody to get an update immediately to find out if Shadow was in fact mating with Tingana, because that will be something extremely unusual, I would have thought. Anyway, young Sindile has just stood up. He seems to have seen something that he might like to snack upon. And as I noted this morning and previously, He never looks hungry. I think that he finds various things to eat during the day. Okay, he's a bit obscured by that guarabush. So I'm just going to go to the side of him as opposed to around the front of him. And that will help us just get a better view of what he's looking at. Possibly his magnificent little face as well. The inimitable Brent Leo Smith was also around this afternoon, driving about, I think. So he might be able to get some updates for us from Arathusa. He's the one thing about old Brent is that he is supremely connected. He knows all the other rangers in the area, and he's always got the lowdown on what's going on. Yeah, I hope this doesn't take the teeth out. Horrid noise. Promise you it sounds much worse than it is. There we go. Okay. Should be alright for you. You see him again. There we go. Magnificent little fellow. Now, as Scott pointed out to me yesterday, he said, look at Sandila. Sandila to him looks paler than his mum, Shadow. And I have to agree, I think Scott's right. I think he is quite a pale, sort of honey-coloured versus golden leopard. And as I was postulating this morning, there was a whole lot of questions about, and some postulations about how before he was born, his mum was seen mating with Tingana and the Anderson male. Now the Anderson male, for those of you who don't know, lives sort of to the west of Arathusa, and for simplicity's sake we'll say that Tingana's territory is basically Arathusa and a little bit of Djuma, and then Mvula off to the east, and sort of so his territory focuses on this part, or Djuma. So for simplicity, it's not quite that simple, but that's basically how it functions. And we were just postulating that while we think Tingana is his father, it is possible that it's the Anderson male. It's also possible that his mum mated with Mvula, and that's where he gets this pale coloration from. Now that is purely a guess, and only a DNA test would be able to tell the difference. He's such a pretty little fellow. He's definitely spotted what I suspect is a bird frolicking around somewhere in the thicket there. Exhausted little fellow after his day alone in the sun. The one lovely thing about WildEarth, of course, is that we get to go out earlier than the other game drives, which means we get to come into a position like this without having to worry too much about the others. But we may be disturbed during the course of the afternoon, because we will have to report his presence, obviously, and that is reciprocal. We do get to go and look at lots of the other animals that the other game drives find. As I say that somebody is on his way here, I'm just going to quickly communicate on the radio. So Here I go. Ephraim, do you copy, Ephraim? Ephraim, animal is static. The best approach is to come Gari Main, about 150 meters to the east of the junction with Triple M. You just head due north, but I will get you audio from there. So everybody, I don't know how busy the sighting is going to get, but just be aware that I might have to excuse myself from time to time and go onto the Go and Drive radio. And like I say, we will try and get some kind of update on the veracity of the reports that Shadow's mum was mating with Tingana earlier today. Look, isn't it wonderful? So, Penny, you think it was a report from a chap called Gareth in Arathusa that Shadow was mating with Tingana? Well, we will definitely follow up on that. I think it's fascinating. You just never can say, when I started guiding, I would make very definite statements about what animals were and were not going to do, and I have ended up with so much scrambled egg on my face that I now don't think that anything is impossible. He is now stalking something. I wonder what it is. He spotted something. Just like a house cat. If you've ever had a house cat and seen it stalk, that's what he's doing. Making as little sound as he can. Stepping so carefully on every little leaf. Or just having us on. Wind is blowing straight into his face. Here he comes. He's stalking Viam now. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's lovely. Just while we watch him there, I was talking about having egg on my face, and obviously not literally. Well, I have had it literally, but not in this particular context. Some of you who've been watching for a long time have an enormous advantage over some of the textbook writers, for example, which are maybe a PhD student or a master's student who will come into an area, intensively study an animal for maybe a year or 2 years, and then go and write it up. And from those sorts of studies, enormous numbers of generalizations are drawn. Okay, very interesting goings on here. I'm just going to quickly tell you what I was going to say, and that's that you chaps who've been watching a long time have a huge advantage because you've seen these animals over a consecutive years, and often some of the things you see are just not recorded in books or theses or whatever it is from researchers. Just had a report from Scott that Tingana and Shadow are heading this way. So it would seem that perhaps they were mating this morning. I mean, I don't even know how to begin to explain that to you, or why it would happen. Who knows? But it would be really spectacular to see them in the same sighting. And mostly for me, and I'm sure for many of you, we have lots of questions about fatherhood and the effectiveness of mammals as fathers. I can't wait to see Tingana with this young leopard, and if they will tolerate each other or if he will just disappear. So we'll try and get some kind of update as to exactly what's going on, but this young fellow is definitely doing quite a lot of stalking. I'm sure that if Tingana and Shadow do cross the boundary here, Scott will let us know. He's quite pale, Liam, don't you think? Well, I'm glad your opinion is such a strong one on the matter. Mvula's darker than that, hey?
Yes, but Shadow Karula's quite pale.
Quite pale, yes. So it takes after his grandmum. I'd be fascinated to know what he's seen in there. His face is still so young, you know. He's got quite tall. He's getting a little bit stocky, but his face is still that of a young leopard. Just like with I suppose a teenage boy or girl when... Oh, here we go. What have you seen, little fellow? He's picking something up on the wind, you know. I think it's every time there's a little bit of a breeze, he gets up and moves. I'm not going to move, everybody, so if you lose sight of him, I'm sorry about that. Listen. What was that? Something spotted him. Oh, it's a bushbuck. Isn't that wonderful? I didn't see it, but it sounds like a bushbuck that was alarm calling and has now gone sprinting off to the south. Bad luck, fellow. That would have been quite a challenge for him. Not size-wise, but certainly we haven't seen him kill something that big yet. He's always been on the sort of Franklins and little mongoose and that sort of thing. Oh, that was lovely. Okay, I'm just going to sit for 2 minutes and see if he doesn't come back to this position, and if he doesn't, then I'll move. So, while there is a chance that Shadow is now mating again with Tingana, Mavis, you want to know if there is a new cub, basically what will happen. Will Sindile tolerate him, or will he be tossed out of the territory? Mavis, I think that he will be tossed out the territory fairly quickly. So let's pretend that Shadow has mated. gestation period roughly 3 months. That'll put him at about 15 months. He could go independent at 15 months. It's not impossible, but it is quite young for a male especially. There he goes. He's still following up on that bushbuck, but I think that bushbuck is wilier than he thinks it is. Alright, we're going to nip across to Scott, everybody. I'll try and keep up with this leopard, but Scott's got something even more cool than we've been looking at here. Enjoy it immensely, and I'll see you just now.
Look at this! Can you believe it? Shadow's trying to seduce Tingana into mating with her. Watch closely. Can you believe it? We've just got here, and within seconds of arriving, we've got to see them mating. Absolutely incredible. Look at the size of Tingana. Wow. I'm absolutely speechless. We just got a report from the Arethusa guides, Cedric and Ryan, that they had just found these 2 leopards. They had apparently been seen mating this morning, but we didn't get that message until one of the viewers let us know, and then I was rushing over to Arethusa to see if we couldn't get lucky. And on the way there, we got the radio message. And we're in the perfect place to find them crossing over from Arethusa into Vuyatela, or Djuma. You can hear a dwarf mongoose now alarm calling. It's just stopped, but there was a dwarf mongoose that wasn't happy with these leopards being around. Absolutely incredible. And so awesome to see that this is, in all likelihood, well, certainly the mother of Sindile, the young male leopard you've been viewing with James now, but also quite possibly Tingana is in all likelihood his father. So it's the same 2 that were the creators of the leopard you've just been with, and now they're busy trying to create the next generation. Look at the size difference between them. He's probably double her size and weight. How beautiful is this? It's not a sight we get to see very often, and it's actually the first time that I've managed to be able to share with you the incredible sights of leopards mating. Now, in all of this excitement, I haven't had time to inform any of the guides of the sighting, so I'm just going to get onto the radio quickly. This is obviously a very, very special sighting, and I want to let the guys know as soon as possible. How awesome is this? What an absolute luck. Stations Tingana and Shadow are Fagapagat. They are currently mobile north towards the power line road that runs between Impala Plains and Ephraim. Copy that, Ephraim. Best access at this stage would probably come along Impala Plains Road, and let me know when you're closer by. They are mobile north and east from south of the power lines. Now it's going to get very thick in here, so we're going to have to just stay behind them, and as soon as she stops to seduce him again, which could happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes, they can mate at a very high frequency, and as soon as they stop to mate again, we'll try and rush into a good spot. Understandably, there's quite a few people now getting a hold of me on the radio, so I just need to respond to them. Last station, that's affirmative. You can make your way into this area as a third. So we've got 2 other vehicles already coming to join us, so that's great news that we can share this incredible sighting with them. And as I was saying though, before I got onto the radio, this mating can continue for anywhere from 3 to 5 days. And every 20 minutes, or even at a higher succession than that. So many copulations. And considering the last time we saw her was at about 6 o'clock last night, we can assume that it was certainly last night at the earliest that they would have actually started mating. So they're still very early on in the mating. What's also interesting is that she shouldn't technically be mating now. It's a little bit too early, because that means she's going to have her next litter in 90 days to 100 days from now, and her young cub Cindelia will only be about 15 months old then. So it's going to make for an interesting scenario, because female leopards will usually only kick out their sons or daughters, any of their youngsters, anywhere from 18 months as a general rule. Okay, this is great news. We're going to be able to link ahead of them and wait for them to walk past us. This little road that we've got onto now has allowed us to scoot ahead of them. I'm just going to try and decide where the next best spot will be, which I think is here. Let's just turn around.
Looks like she's seducing him.
Oh, no, she's trying to seduce him again. Hold on, everyone. We need to get into a gap quickly. Doesn't look like he's falling for her dance moves this time, though. Oh, no, he is. And we just caught the end of that. And it's still quite a violent and aggressive procedure. And that's because they've only started mating recently. As time goes by, they will become less aggravated during the process, and we'll be able to discuss why they are growling and snarling at one another. It is a painful process. And here comes Tingana just a few meters past the back of the vehicle. Incredible. Just going to get on the radio and give the 2 vehicles who are on their way here a quick update so that they know where the animals now are. The station's responding to Shadow and Tingana. They've just crossed north over the power lines, still west of Impala Plains, continuing north and east. Okay, so we are a little bit off timing there and missed a bit of the action, so sorry for that. Difficult to predict what these animals are going to do. And let's just loop ahead one more time and see what happens. Well, it's great to hear that the Twitter sphere is going bananas, and rightfully so. This is a magical sighting, and I know Mario's viewing for the first time. This doesn't happen every day, and I've been here since November last year, almost 1 year, and never been able to show you quite this well. I am going to just wait here. Tingana's approaching towards us. There's quite a few bushes in the way, but we just need to be a little bit patient, and he should just continue straight past us. He's directly behind that dark green bush. There he comes. And I know a lot of you are mentioning that it is strange behavior. It certainly is. Oh, Shadow's looped her head in front of us, and now as Andrew zooms out, you'll see her approaching from the front. There she is. I think she's going to seduce him again right here in front of us. Watch this. She's starting up, you can hear her. Can you believe it? They're probably only 3 meters away from us. It's quite interesting. Leopard and lioness will act the same way now. They roll over on their back for a few moments. And then get up and continue. Isn't it incredible to see how she has to seduce him and how fluidly her body moves? Well, I don't know what to say. I cannot believe how close they were. I think that is the closest I've ever been to mating leopards, and I've seen it a number of times, but that was spectacular. Anyway, it's going to happen a lot more times. That's the good news. So a lot of you are now concerned about Sindile's well-being because she's mating with Tingana, and Dia, Teresa, Helen, a lot of names that I can't remember all of them, are all concerned that he might be in some kind of danger now, young Sindile. He certainly isn't, not with Tingana, because Tingana is his father, so he accepts him. And I don't think there's anything to worry about, even if she does give birth in the next 3 months, which is likely if they continue behaving like this, then it'll just mean she'll have to accept both her new cubs and her slightly young but still old cub within her territory. And I have seen that happen before, where even when the leopards are 2 years old or 2.5 years old, when their mothers give birth, they are still accepted into the family. And as long as the father is the same between the different litters, male leopards that did not father cubs, that will kill them in order to get their genes into the system. I get my camera out quickly, so I'm ready to hopefully fire off a few shots if they do that again. Well, Mauritius asked a very interesting question. Oh, here it goes again. So I'll talk about it afterwards. Wow, the action continues. Sorry, Mauricia. I will get back to your question now. Mauricia is asking if this is potentially a false estrus. And I don't think so. I don't see why she would want to lead Tingana into believing that he is going to be the father of her cubs, because I think he's already confident that he is. If it was with the Anderson male after she had given birth, or had it been after she's been seen mating with this leopard with other males that may be less dominant or on the periphery of her territory, then yes, certainly that may add up. But for me, I think this could just be her instinct kicking in and telling her to start producing the next litter. There's so many different variables into it. I mean, she could be confident in young Sindile's abilities to hunt and feel that he's already coming of age and he's old enough to deal with his solitary lifestyle. And the textbooks are only accurate so far, and just like with us as humans, oh, the guinea fowl are starting to alarm call now at the leopards. Let's continue. They're getting a bit far away and I don't want to lose them in this thick bush. So Mauricia, certainly a very good and plausible theory, but I personally don't feel it is a false estrus. It's going to be interesting to see the guinea fowl. I'm sure they would have, a lot of them, flown up into some of the trees where they are safe from leopard, and you'll begin to hear their calls more persistently as we get closer. They're actually all still on the ground, so obviously not feeling too threatened. Stations Shadow and Tingana have moved northeast from Impala Plains power lines in the block. I just want to stop for a second to show you this guinea fowl. Not very impressed. Copy that, Aubrey. There were apparently two stations making their way here, Ephraim and somebody from Buffalo's Hook, but I'm not sure where they are. So that's the helmeted guinea fowl that you can hear alarm calling very insistently at the leopards, and a good example of how different animals can help us to locate predators when they are on the move. So earlier on I said I'd let you know a little bit more about why they get so agitated and aggressive with one another when they're mating. The station's best access will be via tele-access. We are not far from there now. Apologies, but it is important for me to try my best to keep everyone in the loop with what's going on here, and I want to try and get people here sooner rather than later, and then I can stop worrying about calling them. Anyway, as I was saying, it's painful because the penis of the cats, or all the cats, lion, leopard, cheetah, are barbed, and naturally when they extract after they've copulated, it's very painful not only for the female but also for the male. And I'm told that this barbed penis is what helps induce ovulation, and it's a necessary requirement for cats when mating. But that is why we see this aggressive nature towards one another. They are going to pop out just north of Albury's Junction on Vuyatila access. Here they come. We just got a question through from Lauren on Twitter, and like I said, yes Lauren, male leopards will have the same kind of appendage as a male lion, and that's why they both act very similarly when mating. There goes Shadow. So Tingana's actually stayed on the road heading south behind us here, so I'm not sure who's wearing the pants in this relationship. They're both taking turns to decide which direction they're going on. Just to let you know, Sindila and James are probably about 1.5 miles away from us as the crow flies, and has been a similar distance the whole time. These two animals are quite a lot further north into the Sabi Sands than where Sindila is currently situated. Oh. And I'm told Vanessa and Lynn were both interested to know where exactly Sindila was in relation to these two leopards. So there we go, Vanessa and Lynn. And a good question that I should have answered a little bit earlier, but I guess it was only a few moments away from the final control room sending your question through to us. Okay, now 2 vehicles have arrived, so that's the good news. The bad news is they're about 1 minute late, and in their big vehicles they're going to battle to follow the leopards now. But at least they've got a chance. We are a lot lucky, or we're very fortunate in this little vehicle, because it's very maneuverable and it allows us to snake through the vegetation quite easily. And while we are off-roading, it sounds a lot worse than it is, and we know which trees are capable of being driven over and those which are not. And a lot of the trees are flexible and will just pop back up. The harder, slow-growing trees that would snap, we avoid driving over. So, causing very little damage to the environment here. And it is, of course, a necessity in order to be able to follow the lives of these animals. What's going to be interesting here is that Tingana is going to be very happy to head further east than where we are here, whereas Shadow will not, because she hasn't established her territory very far east into Djuma yet, and we're actually heading into the area where Karula was last. Whereas Shadow will not, because she hasn't established her territory very far east into Djuma yet, and we're actually heading into the area where Karula was last seen. Late last night, Brent had a brief visual of her, and who knows, maybe Karula, who is the mother of Shadow, could get wind of the mating and come in and watch. It actually won't be the first time we see Karula as a bystander with mating leopards. Earlier on in the year, in Vula, another dominant male leopard, as well as Quatile, a female leopard that we very, very seldomly see. We're mating here on Djuma close to Twin Dams, and Karula was lurking in the shadows watching. I'm sure she's going to get ready to mate again, because it's been quite a few minutes now. So that's something for us to all look forward to. And if you have just joined, these are two mating leopards that we're following. And here she goes. I can see she's getting ready to do it again. She just flicked her tail a few times and straddled from side to side. Oh, tight squeeze there, but we made it through. I think she's going to mate in the next few moments though, so don't go anywhere and get ready to take some screenshots. Andrew, have you ever seen leopards mating?
Negative.
Okay, so this is a first for Andrew. He's got a massive smile on his face. And we were like two little kids when we were racing over to the sighting when we heard the good news. It's difficult for Andrew to film them while we're bumping around and moving, so just be patient and we'll hopefully be able to get some more great images of them mating as soon as she stops and decides to do that again. Now, trying my best to keep close to them, but taking the path of least resistance. So we've just strayed a little bit further away from them, but now we are getting a little bit closer by. Let me just stop here for a second and let Andrew film them walking off. Now, I touched on earlier how the mating process can be quite aggressive. Some of you have also commented that it's a very quick process, and you're right, with all of the cats it just takes a few seconds to copulate, and it's painful mainly when the male extracts from the female, and that's why it's right at the end of the copulation that they really start swatting one another and growling one another. And just like with lions, it takes 3 to 5 days, like I said earlier, of very intense mating every 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes even at a higher repetition than that, for a successful mating to occur, or for the female to conceive rather. And that's why I said we can expect to see them mating a lot more times this afternoon. That is, of course, if we manage to stay with them. They're heading into some very thick bush, but I'm confident in this little vehicle we'll be able to go just about anywhere. So hold thumbs that they don't go into any areas that are too sticky for us. What I was mentioning earlier about Shadow heading further east than I've ever seen her. I've never seen her this far east. She may be lured into following Tingana, just like Kwatile would have been lured into Mvula's territory to mate with him. And female leopards will compete quite ferociously with other female leopards. It depends on the scenario, but they will compete ferociously with other females for territory. It could be slightly different in the case of Shadow and her mother Karula, because Karula may be a little bit more forgiving or understanding because she is her daughter, but at the end of the day, it's the fittest and strongest who survive out here. So, hard to say what would happen if Karula did come across Shadow and Tingana, but it certainly would make for an incredible sighting. I think Tingana is the one wearing the pants in this relationship, as now Shadow's heading off in the direction that I last saw him moving in. And you would notice this behavior, quite typical of male leopards, is that they require a little bit of convincing to mates, which isn't always the case in the animal kingdom. Ooh. It is very thick here, but thankfully we're about to get onto a road called Gallagher Shortcuts, and you'll see what they do thereafter. Like I said, they could expect to be seen mating for 3 to 5 days. And Ruth in Costa Rica asks a great question regarding this, because that's quite a long time, and Ruth's interested to know whether they will hunt during the mating. It certainly won't be a priority, Ruth, but I have in the past seen mating leopards with a kill that they made in the middle of their mating courtship. So it certainly can happen. I've seen it before, but only on one occasion, and I'm sure actually a lot of textbooks would suggest otherwise. Okay, well, James is still with Sindile, so let's send you back to James and Sindile, and then we'll catch up once we've got ahead of them again. We'll see you later.
Well, everybody, it's not often that a sighting of this magnificent little male leopard is topped, but I suppose his parents, currently engaged as they are in making him a sibling, would be one such case where that would be necessary. I'm extremely jealous of Scott, of course, but wonderful to be spending the entire afternoon as I am with Tingana and Shadow's previous attempt at reproduction, and here he is. Now, while Scott is looping around, I don't think you're going to be with us for very long. I'm just going to let you know that some research was done by the kind folks in the final control, and the average birthing interval for leopards is 17 months to 3 years. Now, certainly in my experience, 2.5 to 3 years has been the average that I've seen. So 17 months, if Shadow does become pregnant now, her birthing interval will then be 15 to 16 months. So that is well on the low side of even that sort of fairly vast range of birthing intervals. So certainly fascinating research, and like I said to you before, spending extended periods out here is really how we learn exactly what these animals do and how they function. I think it's absolutely amazing that 15 months later this little fellow could have a sibling from the same parents. I think it's going to make his life a bit more difficult, because I think he's going to have to probably move out of home. He may be able to hang around for a while, but I mean, if we look at the comparison of Karula and her 2 young males, and she may be pregnant now, but that's a good sort of 2.5 to 3 years since she last had one. Joyce, Anita, Martha, Sarah, David, and a few others have asked very pointedly what will happen to Sindile, first of all, probably with, Tingana tailing his mum. If they've just started mating, which I think they probably have, they'll be together probably for the next 3 or 4 days. And you were worried, all of you, about what that will mean for his food. Well, I don't know for sure, but I'll tell you 2 things that I think are going to happen. Firstly, I think that he is more than capable of feeding himself. I'm going to, Riam, shall I sneak slightly, go back slightly? There we can see his face a little. But basically, we're not going to get into a great position, everybody, but that's about as good as it's going to get for now. I think he's killing quite a lot on his own. I think he is eating birds on his own. Like I say, I've never seen him thin. He's probably not killing bushbuck and steenbok just yet, but I think that he will teach himself to do that. Yes, there is certainly evidence that the mothers do teach their youngsters, especially as they get to around about his age now, 15 months, they're supposed to start sort of accompanying their mothers on the hunt. Well, if she's got new cubs, that's probably not going to happen. So I don't think he's in danger food-wise from Tingana. From the young cubs, he might be. He's so sweet. So another wonderful question that you won't find in any textbook, and one which I cannot answer. Brian, you want to know, basically, will he go back to his mum during this mating period, or will she come and find him? Brian, my instinct would be to say no, I don't think so. I think she'll probably try and keep him away from Tingana. But I have seen, certainly, a place called Londolozi just down the road, we have seen males with females mating. So it's not, and fairly young ones, normally young females, so it's not impossible. But I think it's unlikely, Brian. And while I'm just on that subject, Brian, you've asked a wonderful question on Twitter, but we do love to hear from you, and we do love to know where you're from. So please tell us where you're from. And just to give you a quick update, you are going to go back to the mating leopards as soon as you can. Scott is the only one following them through the block because the others have decided it's too thick. So I think he's in a little bit of a spot of bother, but he'll be back on the trail shortly, and we'll take you back to them as soon as we can. In the meantime, it's not often that one has to sort of sell the sighting of Sindile, I guess, but he is rather a magnificent fellow, isn't he? You can hear all the birds shouting at her. See the bird? Can you hear the birds? They're shouting at young Sindile here. Blip, 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 blip. A couple of Battises. We'll try. I'm just going to sneak a bit forward. While I do it, some very interesting discussions obviously going around regarding why it is that Shadow is mating so early. Maurizia, you make an interesting postulation that perhaps it's because she hasn't raised a cub to this age yet, and perhaps she's going into estrus. Maurizia, that's possible. My instinct would be to say to you, however, that I think it's likely that perhaps the reason that she hasn't raised a cub successfully until now is that she does go into early estrus, and perhaps therefore gets pregnant again and has cubs too soon, and therefore has struggled to raise her previous litters. Is that possible? I don't know. Those of you who've been watching him, watching Shadow for a while, might think about that as a possible reason as to why she's lost so many cubs before. And for those of you who don't know, she is 9 years old and has yet to raise a cub to independence. This is the closest she's got. And here she is mating again, certainly earlier than any of the books will tell you that it would happen. But as I've said on this drive, the books are not always beyond reproach or contestation. See, Ephraim is just driving away now. You can hear him disappearing. That's what Sindile is watching. She's watching a vast Land Cruiser cut a swathe through a forest of guarri bushes. And there you can just hear the odd, every time a bird flies over here, it starts to shout at him. So there's a southern black tit shouting at him, there are a couple of battises yelling at him, there's some crombecks. Crombecks are the ones going... A couple of battises alarm calling quite a distance from him. I don't know. Perhaps it's a fourth leopard for the afternoon. I'm not really being serious about that. Okay, I'm going to try and move a little bit forward. This is quite a large gully in front of us. But yeah, you know, the aging Jiga is not normally too bad at this sort of thing. So often wonder what this leopard must think with these vehicles driving around him, in and out, roundabout. He must think, what on earth is this crazy species doing? Is that alright, Peter? Or do you want to go around there? It's alright. As we look at this little cub, and we've had lots of questions about whether or not his mother will come back and fetch him, and whether she'll feed him still. Gail, you want to know, will he ever look for her? Will he ever call for her? Yes, I think he would. If he thought she was around, certainly. He certainly wouldn't lie here and start calling for her, though, because the first thing that would do is attract the attentions of other predators. So most of the lions and leopards certainly, as soon as they're left alone by their mothers, they'll go totally silent in an attempt to avoid the attentions of any other possible predators. So I don't think he will call for his mother. And like I say, I think he might actually be able to survive without her from now. But it's going to be a close thing, I tell you. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially if she falls pregnant now. But look at his belly. I mean, his belly is pretty full. So yesterday, Scott, of course, was watching Sindile and Shadow, and she was doing some strange things. She was hissing at him and growling at him, and I wonder if that doesn't have something to do with the fact that she's coming to estrus. Some lovely comments as we look at his fat belly there about the fact that he's going to have to kill quite a few francolins if he wants to eat in the next few days, because his mum's going to be a bit busy. Yes, absolutely, John and Donna, that and a few others, that's absolutely correct. He's going to have to keep himself very busy knocking about here, killing francolins, and perhaps necessity will make him kill something a bit bigger, like a steenbok, for example. I must say, there's a piece of me that does feel rather sorry for him, because this is very early for his mum to be absconding with a man, running off, as it were, to escape her duties. So it would be great if any of you who've watched Shadow lose a litter before, I'd love to know how old they were, and if she perhaps did mate again, or was suspected of having mated again before she lost those cubs. It may be that there's some genetic aberration in her that makes her come into estrus sort of regardless of whether her cubs are still with her or not. But as for now, he's entirely content, as you can see. Nice fat belly and shiny coat. All right, so the deal with Scott is that he's got out of the mire where he was. I think we're going to nip across to him to get an update. We're going to stand by right here, and I think he is in a very tricky area, so he'll just tell you what's going on, and then you'll come back here if you don't see the two mating leopards, which was profoundly entertaining. All right, we'll see you just now.
Well, I've got a little bit of bad news, everyone. We got stuck on a fallen down tree, and it took us some time to get out of that situation. We had to jack the car up, pile some branches under the tire, and then reverse out. And in that time, Shadow and Tingana have moved quite far, I'm guessing, into a very, very thick block. Now, they are kind of heading in the general direction of Mvubu Road, but it's quite far from here. They could also pop out at Vuyatela Dam for all we know. So we're going to just continue and try and loop ahead of the general direction they were going in, and then stop and listen. As you would have known from the times we got to see them mating, it's quite a vocal affair, and we might be able to hear them mating again, and that way we could be led back into a sighting with them. So I'm still confident, but for now we do have our work cut out for us. But what a bonus, because we've got James and Sindile, so we've got leopards to fall back on, which is not always the case. And like I said earlier, isn't it remarkable that it's actually the mother and the father of that young leopard that you've been spending time with James? It's absolutely incredible. Well, sadly, the two other vehicles that did join the sighting tried to loop around onto this road in the faith that we would be able to follow them through, but there was a hidden stump that caught us out. Sorry, Orbs, go again. Okay, copy. I think they're going to pop out somewhere on Mvubu Road if they continue on that same path. Okay, so I was just double checking. Aubrey hadn't relocated them. I heard his voice and he is one of the vehicles in this area. So let's see what happens. I'm hoping water may play a part in Tingana's plans, and I think it's kind of fair to say that Shadow was following Tingana, not the other way around, and maybe his desire to quench his thirst will lead them to a waterhole, which will make our life in finding them a little bit easier. It looks like we've bumped into Stefan and Brian and Peter Brat. They're busy testing out the walking equipment. And isn't that exciting prospects that it won't be long until we have the walks back up and running.
Scott.
How's it, Steph? How are you doing?
Good, and you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. Hello everybody. Good to see everyone again.
Sure, we've been having some fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We got very lucky, and who knows, maybe Steph will be able to aid in relocating them because he is in this area nearby, and maybe we can send him and Brian in there on foot, and that way they can listen and hopefully get us a bit closer to these mating leopards again.
We did just actually hear them. It's one of the reasons why I walked out here for you. They're just other side of that dead tree there.
Okay.
So literally 20 meters on the other side of that tree. First one was here, second one was at the tree, so it seems like they're going.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, good news. So thankfully Steph and the other crew were here for that update.
Pleasure.
Good luck with the testing, and we'll see you
Bye,
a bit
everybody.
later. I actually know a spot where I've seen Tingana slinking through before, so I'm going to go straight there and see if it doesn't provide us with a little bit of luck. After having those little updates from Steph where he heard them mating, it's made me that much more confident that we are going to get lucky again. So earlier on, and I've tried to be quite careful with my wording, but maybe I've let it slip once or twice, I've said that Tingana is in all likelihood Sindile's father. There's no guarantees, and the reason why there aren't any guarantees is that leopardess will sometimes mate with several males, giving them the false sense of fathership. And the reason they would do that is so that all these males don't kill cubs that are actually not theirs. In the case of Tingana and her, that certainly could be possible, but it's fairly safe to assume that during the time that she was mating and did conceive Sindile, she was in the heart of Tingana's territory, and there were no other male leopards like Mvula or the Anderson male putting pressure on Tingana. So it was a fairly stable environment, and that makes me confident that Tingana could well be the father. And hopefully, just like I was saying, Tingana might want to quench his thirst. That's why all these boys will be here. But I do want to continue and get into a better area where we can hopefully relocate these mating leopards. Sorry, Andrew. Because buffalo we can see again, mating leopards not necessarily. Now in all the haste, our volume controls for the different radios have fallen down, so I'm battling to work out which volume controls which radio. So that's why I'm battling to string my sentences together. There's a lot of things going through my mind at the moment. Anyway, we will get there. Contest. I'm told Anne, Deborah, Karen and Susie, a lot of you are asking if the behavior that we witnessed yesterday, the interesting behavior with Shadow rasping and also snarling at her cub Sindile, has got something to do with what we are seeing today. And I think you're entirely correct. I did think about it earlier but didn't touch on it yet. But I even thought to myself yesterday, I didn't say anything, but I thought, I wonder if she's planning on coming into season again. And lo and behold, within 24 hours, she's been seen mating. So I completely agree with you guys, and thanks for sending through those comments. I'm sure there's one or two names that I may have missed, and apologies if I did. But I think that certainly is a very, very plausible theory as to her behavior that we saw yesterday towards Sindile. Now, what I'm planning on doing is sitting here. There's a chance that these leopards could keep coming in this general direction, but what I'm probably going to ask for is that we send you back to James. That way I can unplug my earpiece, cup my hands behind my ears and listen very intently to where their next mating could occur, and that could help us pinpoint where these animals are. I have seen Tingana moving through this area before. It's quite a trick area to negotiate because it's very thick and there's lots of little riverbeds which are unpassable, but there is a chance that by sitting here patiently we could get notified as to where they are. So without any further ado, let me start focusing on the listening, and we'll see you back here in hopefully a little while with some leopards.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the spectacular sighting of the sun and yes, and a young leopard, of course. Sindile is in sweet repose as the sun turns gold and then orange, sinking below the smoky horizon beyond the Drakensberg mountains. We're sitting here, we've been sat here now for probably about an hour, while his mother and father try and make him a sibling just north of us with Scott. So lots of strange behavior viewed yesterday between Shadow and Sindile. There was some head rubbing, there was some kind of aggressive growling, there was some almost scent marking of each other, it would seem. And Mavis, you witnessed all of this, of course, and you saw him perhaps rubbing, I think it was rubbing himself in the dirt or herself in the dirt, and then she was rubbing up against him. And your question is basically, was that to familiarize him or her, or to help familiarize the scent of this young leopard with Tingana, his presumed father? Mavis, I don't think it goes that deep. It's certainly not impossible that that's the case. I don't think so. What I think is going on there is that she was coming into estrus or into heat, and obviously, I mean, there is definitely kin recognition between leopards, but inbreeding is certainly not an impossibility, and he probably being a young leopard just about to hit puberty, was starting to pick up on the pheromones of estrus. And I suspect basically that what was going on there was that he was smelling things he'd never smelled before and didn't really understand them. She was experiencing those sort of, one hesitates to use the indelicate term, urges that come along with an estrus in a cat, but I'm sure she was starting to experience those, and I think it was probably fairly uncomfortable for them both, and I suspect that's why a lot of that behavior was going on yesterday. So had he been 2.5, 3 years old, it's not impossible that he would have mated with her. Look, it's not really nice to think about, and it's far less likely with leopards than it is with lions, but it does happen with the cats. But I think that's why, Mavis, we were seeing all of that very strange behavior yesterday. I'm sure it was because she was coming into estrus, and neither of them really knew how to deal with that situation. So I hope that makes sense to you. So we look at him. So Holly, Carol, and Ellen, you talked about Karula's last cub, which was lost last year in December, apparently, to hyenas, and you had to watch that, which must have been fairly traumatizing. Now, at that stage, her two youngsters, Kunuma and Quarantine, were sitting at roughly 2.5 years. Well, probably 2 years and, say, 4 months. So that's quite interesting too. So just to recap, if you perhaps just joined us, what's going on at the moment is that we're sitting here with Sindila, Shadow's youngster of about 1 year old. Just north of us, his parents are mating, and we've read that the birthing interval for leopards is normally sort of 17 months to 3 years. Now, 17 months would obviously be very short, and 3 years would be quite long. So Karula, to have produced a cub when she did, that was unfortunately killed, would have been sort of within the normal range. So her birthing interval between Kunuma and Karula, at least Kunuma and Quarantine, would have been roughly, let's say, 20 months. So almost 2 years. No, in fact, probably it was 2 years. So that's pretty normal. I'd still say, in my experience, quite short, but that's pretty normal. So what Shadow is doing now, if she produces another baby within the sort of, if she gets pregnant now, that'll mean 3 months until the next cub arrives, and the result of that, of course, is going to be that she would certainly break the records of any of the books that I've read, where her birthing interval will be just 15 months. But thank you, Holly, Carol, and Ellen. Again, constantly astounds me how much information I learn from our wonderful viewers. So thank you for that info. He's just lurking about here, and it is, I mean, it does give one cause to wonder, A, how he's going to cope, and B, what is he thinking? Is he thinking that his mum's coming back now to feed him? Is he thinking that he's going to have to hunt himself? Or is he, as I suspect, not thinking a great deal at all? It's difficult to know. But I think mum's not coming back for the next few days, my boy, so you better find something to eat on your own. Otherwise it's going to be a lean time. while we watch him here, I think Scott and Tingana and Shadow are probably, as the crow flies, about a kilometer, maybe less, 900 meters to a kilometer to the north of us. So you can see the sun there. Viam is going to show you the sun, aren't you, Viam? The sun is just to the west of us, obviously, it's setting now, and basically it's just to the left of where Sindila is. So basically behind Sindila's back by about a kilometer is Shadow and Tingana. And they, Colin Joburg, you would like to know, basically, does he know where they are? Colin, I would say he has absolutely no idea, I'm afraid, where they are. She certainly wouldn't have been calling him when they crossed the boundary. Scott caught them just as they came across the boundary, and so I don't think he's got any idea at all. She left him a good sort of 400 meters from here. He's come quite a long way east of where, well, not quite a long way, about 100 meters east of where we found him this morning, which was about 400 meters east, almost due east of where she left him earlier on. Now, this is exactly the kind of area she normally leaves him. Quite often, in this sort of around the boundary here between Arathusa and Djuma, and sort of major intersection for this area, just down the road there. And so I think he probably thinks not much is amiss, and she's probably off hunting for his supper, and he's probably expecting a call fairly soon. But I think it's Franklin's and possibly the odd lizard for dinner for the next few days. So no, Colin, I don't think he's got any idea where his mum is, I'm afraid. Sorry, everybody, will you just excuse me 1 second? I think somebody is trying to get into this sighting. Is there a station trying to get into sighting of Shadow's cub? Copy, Orbs. Just come towards the brown ivory tree on Rebecca's, close to junction with Triple M, and just head west from there. You'll see us from there. So like I say, normally this sighting would have been inundated with people, but because of the, shall we say, romance going on to the north of us, we've been left alone with this very special little fellow. Hello, Suze in California. Just before we go back to Scott, who's brilliantly managed to keep up and re-find Tingana and Shadow, you want to know basically, will he be allowed to stay with his mum once she's finished mating? I think for the meanwhile, yes, but I think that she will eventually, when she gives birth, I think it's highly unusual that he'd be allowed to stay with her. So no, I don't think that once she gives birth he will stay with her. Thanks for that, Suze. Right, we're going to go back across to Scott. He's managed to find Tingana and Shadow again, so enjoy them very much, and I'm going to stay right here for the next little while. See you later.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, my earpiece fell out, but we've got lucky. We found them again. They literally walked straight up to where we were waiting for them. So a little bit of past history with Tingana certainly helped, and he's actually turning around now and heading back down into the area where we were waiting. I'm just going to wait a moment or two though. No, let's go. Sorry, Andrew.
Okay.
Well, what a luck. I really was about to leave and reposition and try and go somewhere else. And they popped up right in front of us. Andrew spotted them. Shortly afterwards, they mated behind a few bushes. Look at this. I think sadly Tingana's plans to have a drink were ruined by all those buffalo waiting at the pond. Tingana just scent marked on that small guarri bush. So he's multitasking, he's mating and at the same time maintaining his territory. And not many months ago, this was the heart of Mvula's territory, but now this male that we're looking at now has pushed in from further west of us where Arathusa lodges. And that's due to pressure from another male leopard called the Anderson male. So some interesting dynamics with the different male leopards, but let me just reposition quickly and we can keep chatting, hopefully with the leopards in sight. I'm guessing what he might do, I'm not sure if the buffalo have potentially moved off, so that is a possibility. I've just seen him looking back up longingly to that waterhole. Failing that, they may try go for a drink at Vuyatela Dam, which is also not far from here. But if he does go that route, I fear we may lose them again, at least temporarily, because they are... Ephraim's just offering very kindly for us to go ahead of him. Thanks, F. I'm not sure what to do actually, because like I said, Tingana wants to go for a drink. Oh, I can see the buffalo. There's still a few drinking, but most of them have moved off. So whether he's going to wait here for a drink or continue on to the dam, only time will tell. But maybe while he's waiting to quench his thirst, Shadow may decide to seduce him once more, and we'll maybe get to see them mate again. If you have just joined and haven't got to see them mating earlier, I really hope we do get lucky again, because it's an incredible thing to witness. Since we've been following them, they've moved at least a mile, and it's been quite hot, and they've been highly mobile. So I think drinking is high up on the agenda, but not from this waterhole. I think they've done their calculations and are not willing to wait for these buffalo to leave, so they are looking like they're continuing on, although Tingana is coming back for one last look. There he goes. Now where they're heading into, like I said a few moments ago, is extremely thick and impossible to maneuver a vehicle through there. I think we may get one more glimpse of him as he pops out into this riverbed below us. Here he comes. Andrew. This is interesting. He's crossed the riverbed and is actually continuing up, trying to get closer to the waterhole. So let's see what happens here. Male leopards can take some chances, and they are also fully aware that they are masters of disguise and camouflage, so you'll easily be able to get away from these buffalo if need be. And most of them are moving off, so I think his decision is a good one. Oh, my earpiece has fallen out again, so I haven't had comms with the outside world. Okay, I'm back in. Just going to try and reposition the vehicle. There's a small little opening where we may be able to see a little bit further down into the bush that he last headed into. We're very, very close to the one camp which is called Galago Camp. There are two camps here at Djuma, one Galago and one at Tella. 10 people, and we are literally 50 meters away from it. Can you believe it? What's through there, Andrew? So we do have a visual of a leopard. It does look, oh look, it's Shadow's coming to seduce him again maybe. No, false alarm, sorry about that. But that was Shadow that walked past him. Look at her twitching her tail like that. I think we might get lucky. It's going to be a long distance view, but she's warming up again. Oh, interesting. No growling or snarling there. And I'm not sure if he wasn't actually doing his job properly. I think that would have been the reason for that. And I think he may be losing focus a little bit and wants to have a drink of water before he carries on with any more mating. There's another little glimpse of him. It's such tricky work for Andrew here, but he is doing a great job. How beautiful is that with those green leaves framing her? Wonderful. Drew. Okay. So I think what we're going to do now is something, and that is send you over to Steph on the bushwalk. They've got everything working again, so over to Steph on the walking safari. Enjoy it. It's such an awesome concept, and we'll see you a bit later. My shoulder over here, have a look at how cool this little bird is. It's a male and a female sitting in the tree over there. They are probably going to be there for the rest of the evening. They flew into this roosting spot as bring you in the middle. Welcome back everyone, and Andrew's doing his utmost to try and show you a last glimpse of these two leopards. It appears that the bushwalk wasn't entirely ready for you, so apologies. I think that I sprung that on them, and I'm told the audio wasn't working, but at least you got to see Steph on foot, and hopefully next time you'll be able to hear him as well. So the plan is to now probably loop around to another little gap where they could pop out, and hopefully we'll get lucky there. So let's continue. I think they've given up on this drinking option, although it would be perfect for them to come now because all the buffalo have moved off. And Ephraim's going to link ahead of us, so that's great that there's two of us that will hopefully be able to relocate on this mating pair. I know a lot of you may have just joined the show and didn't get to see them mating earlier, so I really would love to try and show any of you that have just joined, and I guess see it again for myself, and Andrew would love to see it again. It's something that I don't think you can get enough of watching. I find it remarkable the way the leopardess has to really work her way around the male to seduce him. And I find it quite beautiful to watch. So a lot of people didn't realize that leopardess had the ability to dance as they do. Okay, well, it's going to be a moment or two before I think these two leopards pop out again. So we're going to send you back to James and get an update on how he's been. See you later.
Hello everybody, welcome back to this magnificent sighting, the second most magnificent sighting of the afternoon, and he has just chased a scrub hare down through this bush, and the scrub hare, then he went into its, well, not burrow, they lie in something called a form during the day, and it went into his form, smelt around there, seemed to eat something or other, but now he's in a very playful mood, and so we thought we'd bring you back here to have a quick look at him before you go back to his parents. What he's chasing. I think he's just playing at the moment. The scrub hare went off in that direction, but I think by now it's probably most of the way to Johannesburg. Looks like he wants to climb, he wants to chew, he wants to just basically be active. That's why it's so nice, I guess, just like with people. It's so nice if they do have siblings that they can romp about with. I'm not going to move from here. I think he's going to fiddle about, so the more I move, the more we're going to disturb his play and probably not improve our position. Well done, Sindile. You caught that log. Exceptional job. They have toys. Well, Sandile is making his own toys at the moment, and at the moment they're sticks. I'll move a little bit now. Let's just wait here, see what he does. He's just chased a bird. This is so sweet. Well, Shadow is, at least Sindile is playing basically with himself. He's finding different things to play with, the odd bird, the odd stick, the odd scrub hare. Linda, you want to know if his mum's away for a few days, will he basically carry on like this, or will he think that she's gone forever? I think a few days, no, not really. You know, she has left him for at least 48 hours before, so I don't think it's likely that he will I don't think it's likely that he'll give up on her completely. But eventually, if she doesn't come back, yes, he'll eventually have to move on. But it's going to be very difficult for him to survive at this age without some kind of parental guidance. Where's he gone, Viam?
In the bush there, behind the
Oh,
forest.
there he is, we've got him. Some oxpeckers flying over, shouting. Not at him, I don't think. I'm just going to wait here, everyone. I'm not going to move just yet because he is running around this area. There he is. Let's just follow him up a little bit. And we've had lots of questions today about will he go to his mum, will he go and try and find her, will he call for her? And Deborah in Ontario, your question is, and it's a good one, if he heard them mating, would he go to them? Deborah, I don't think he would. I think he is he's pretty much pre-programmed to, that's a terrible analogy, but I think his instinct would tell him that if he heard a male leopard to stay away from it. So I don't think that he will go towards a male leopard, making the sound of mating like they do. It's quite an angry sound, and I don't think that he would go towards it. And certainly, given the sort of, once they're in the throes of passion, I'm sure if he did sneak up and he saw them, I think he'd back off very quickly. I don't think they'd become aware of him. Here the other day, actually. This is, remember when we found him on foot? This was just around here. He's now running through there, getting used to being on his own. And Anne in Durban, you want to know, is it not a good idea for him to be on his own for a little while so that he can get used to it? And yes and no. I mean, in some ways, absolutely, but not for too long. You know, he's too young to be on his own permanently now. Sorry, I'll just try and get around him. So, and I don't think it's necessarily a good idea for him to be on his lonesome for too long at this stage of the game. This is on that termite mound in front of us there, directly where I'm pointing, is where he killed his little dwarf mongoose a little while back. Please climb the tree, that'll make my day. Oh, look at that. Go on, boy. Try. It's beautiful with the light on him now. The sun is just about to dip below the Drakensberg. He's just too sweet. Now, we talked extensively about the threats that young Sindile faces, and we've discussed that his greatest threat is from male leopards. That is the greatest killer of young leopards, are other big male leopards. And Sue in Wisconsin, you want to know if Shadow would defend him against an attack from Tingana. And the answer is probably very similar to that with the lions and many other mothers. So we'd like to think of mothers as defending their offspring to the death. The answer, Sue, I think, is that she would make an attempt, but if Tingana pressed home an attack, or any other male leopard pressed home an attack, and her life became mortally in danger, then she'd leave. And the reason for that, the very good evolutionary reason for that, is that if she's dead, she can't ever have more cubs. And likewise, if she gets injured, he and she will die anyway. So they don't defend their cubs to the death. Or certainly very seldom, and especially as leopards are solitary. So unlike lions, they can't afford to take any risks for physical injury. It's a crucial thing to understand with a solitary animal. Once it becomes injured, seriously, the chances of it surviving are very small. Can you imagine little Sindile here trying to catch a francolin if he had a sore foot or a sore ankle or a sore knee? It would be almost impossible for him. So they have to look after their physical well-being above anything else just about. And then a lovely update from Ellen and Georgianne, who say that Tingana, Shadow and Sindile have in fact shared kills. So that is not unusual, but it does definitely point to the fact that Tingana is probably, as we suspect, Sindile's father. Now, as he gets older, the chances of that, of course, will become that much smaller. I'm just going to sneak around this little corner here. There we go. Hello fella, sorry about that. Zebra wood there. So I've definitely seen the same thing before, where a male leopard, territorial male leopard, and the territorial female will eat or share a kill, often not particularly friendlily, but sometimes share a kill in the same area. I mean, the biggest collection of leopards that I ever witnessed or was around was 9, a collection of 9 leopards in one place, which is an astonishing array. So it's not unusual that they should share a kill. But once the ante is raised, once he gets a bit older and he starts to hit puberty and he's no longer what we'd term a cub, then a male leopard who isn't his father would certainly be a threat. So the interesting thing about that great update from Ellen and Georgianne is that because he has shared a kill with Tingana, I think we can probably fairly safely say that Tingana is his father. Then again, and here the complication of this multi-paternity comes in. If it is possible, and I'm just throwing this out here as a conversation piece, it's possible that Shadow has conned Tingana into believing that this is his cub because she has mated with him. Not this time, I mean previously. So, wonderful update, thank you very much for that. I would really love to see 3 leopards eating a kill together. I haven't seen it for a long time. I think he's going back to his dwarf mongoose den. So we're just continuing the paternity question, and Sherry in Los Angeles, way on the east coast, west coast of the United States. You'd like to know how on earth would Tingana know that this is his son? Would it be from scent? Would he remember mating? How does it work? Sherry, I think it's a bit of both. I think that to say, does he remember mating with her, I don't know if that's exactly how it works. But certainly his experience of mating with Shadow would probably give him the impression that because Shadow's in his territory, that her offspring in his territory would be his. I also do think that there is a smell associated with it, a familiarity that comes with kin recognition. That car is doing about 700 kilometers an hour in the game reserve, which is not ideal.
He's gone.
He's gone. He's ninja bombed. There he is. There's his tail. I'm going to wait right here. I think he's going to pop his head up. There we go. So Sherry, probably a bit of both. Look at that. I mean, that's just quintessential. Like I discussed this morning, one of the major strategies to avoid infanticide in some mammals, bonobos being the notable example, is for females to mate with more than one male so that the males do not know exactly who's daddy and who isn't. Yes, I think what he's discovering there is that fairly uneven surface to the termite mound is not particularly comfortable. Now let's just listen to the evening for a second. I'll tell you what I can hear while we watch the leopard. So I can hear some drongos calling and really not much else. There's a lovely gentle breeze blowing, slight smell of dry grass, and the odd red-crested korhaan calling. There, you can hear one now. That's a red-crested korhaan. Now we've watched him walk nicely, we've watched him lie down, we've watched his belly, and I have made the statement that I think he's in pretty good shape. Angela in Boston, I'm assuming that's Massachusetts, Boston in the United States. Thank you for your question. You'd say, does he look like he's in tip-top shape, or do I think he could put on some weight? I think he looks pretty much like he's in tip-top shape. I don't think that he is looking... There's a lovely Afrikaans word in South Africa, and that word is skraal. And I don't think he's looking skraal at all. Skraal means skinny, emaciated, and basically in need of a good feed. And I don't think he's looking like that at all. I think he's looking pretty good. His belly looked full today. So I think he's a pretty average size for a 1-year-old leopard. And I think his belly's good, full. And he's probably eating quite a few flies, as you can see there. He really has given us a magnificent afternoon. So just to give you a quick update before you go wild wondering what's happening with Tingana and Shadow and where they are and what they're doing. Well, I think we know what they're doing, but they are in some very thick bush still, and Scott is struggling to move the recalcitrant Wendy in there. If anyone can get in there, Scott and Wendy can, but I think they really are struggling at the moment. So he'll keep an eye on them, keep listening and keep trying, and we'll go across to them as if and when they become visible. In the meantime, we'll watch Sindile giving himself his evening clean. Just like I suspect some of your house cats are doing at this very moment. Right, and as I speak, Tingana and Shadow have been found again, and before they nip into the thick bush again, we're going to go straight across to Scott and have a look at them. Enjoy, and see you just now.
Welcome back, and our luck continues, everyone. Thankfully, Andrew's hearing helped alert us to where they were, and they managed to sneak past us somehow, myself and Ephraim. But we have just heard them mating, and we haven't managed to find out where exactly Shadow is. But that's Tingana, the beautiful big male, and like I said, our luck really has been incredible today. We must all be so fortunate for what we've seen, not only here but also with James. So let's just hope we get to see them mating at least one more time.
Sorry everybody to drag you away. That red-crested Koran is not why we're here. It's that Sindile is stalking it, and he's about to pounce. He's going around the side of the termite mound. There he goes. You can just see his tail. So we'll keep on the Kohan and see what happens. It's now... I can't see what's going on, but I can't move from here. Kohan, I don't know if it knows what is going on. I'm sure it doesn't. It does every so often look like it's going to spring into the air. Come on, bird. Just take a few steps closer to the termite mound. So I'm afraid we're just going to sit here and watch, see what happens. I'd say it's about 2 meters too far away. It needs to walk to its left, to your left, to the left of your screen. It needs to walk there about 2 meters, and I think he'll have it. I've been in this situation so often where we think something is going to happen. Sometimes the leopard gives up, sometimes it fails. Come on, that's it, walk that way. I feel a bit bad for the bird, but I feel worse for Sindile. Keep going, bird. Oh, bird, you don't know what's about to come your way. Don't go behind the termite mound. I can't move, everybody. I can't move, or he's going to miss it. just see the bird's head. It's called. I'm going to have to move. No, I can't move. Sorry, chaps, I can't move. We know that Sindile on his own, so I can't risk ruining this for him. As soon as I hear him move, I will go. He must be virtually standing on top of the leopard. Yeah, what do you think?
I see nothing.
I'm just going to stand up.
Welcome back, everyone. Just in time to catch the end of their mating again. And like I say, could our luck get any better? Not an easy job for Nikki in the director's chair. Leopards hunting on one camera and leopards mating on another. So I hope you didn't miss Sindile taking a final pounce for the Quran. And it looks like they are now on the move again. So the off-roading continues. But it's going to take me a while to loop ahead of them. I'm not going to be able to follow them directly, so maybe we can possibly just send you back to James and Sindile. Maybe there's still a chance that he may catch that Quran.
Hello everybody, welcome back. There is Sindile, and the bird is still there. Hasn't moved. Well, it has moved, but it's just gently been walking around the mound. And Sindile has, well, it looks like well, I don't know what he's doing. He's just turned around now to have a look. You can see his tail. The bird did make one little squawk. But whether that means it's about to, whether it's spotted him or what it's doing, I don't know. We're now getting into exactly the same position we were before, where the bird is going to walk behind the termite mound into the leopard. Come on, Sindile. Seize the day. It is a red-crested Korhan, if you're worried, if you're not worried, if you're wondering. It's a very irritating red-crested Korhan. Come this way, bird. We find ourselves in the same situation. I can move a bit more freely in this position. So, I'll tell you what, you know what, I'm going to go backwards for him. Hopefully not hit anything. We've got it.
The bird, yeah.
We've got the bird. The leopard, and if I move again, I'm afraid I'm going to smash something, so we're going to stay right here for now. I think Sindile will probably pop his head up at some stage. Sindile, the bird is leaving. Without it, who knows when you will next eat. Of course, this situation is much easier for the leopard once it gets dark, of course. All right, everybody, we're going to leave Sindile now. It's getting dark, and I don't want to pressure him. We know that he's probably going to be on his own for a while, and so I don't want to put any pressure on him. He's stalking that bird. Let's just leave him. What I'm going to do is race towards Vuurtela Dam, where the two mating leopards are. Scott has to do a few camera checks, so let's go there quickly, and I will take over that sighting so that we don't lose any of that. Right, here we go. Wonderful sighting. Thank you, Mr. Sindile, for a spectacular afternoon, and we will hopefully see him later with the Quran kids. Just popped his head up onto the termite mound. Such a sweet creature. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a great speed. Best route, it's probably this way. So, everybody, as you know, perhaps some of you from last night were with us, we did some tests on a night camera, and Scott is basically going to go and put that on. So stay with us. We are going to run a bit over time today, just to see if the night camera works on the leopards, and we'll try it off. So I need to go and get to them and stay with the mating leopards while Scott puts the night camera on to Wendy. We're probably about 7 minutes away from there, depending on how fast I can get Jiga to go. And of course, depending on whether I lose Viam or not over one of the bumps.
Try harder than that.
Yes, I'll have to try harder than that. But you really don't want me to do that, because I will then have to operate the camera. I did that for 2 drives before I was summarily dismissed from that position because I was so thoroughly appalling at it. Chat a little bit while we drive along about the leopards and why we think that Shadow and Tingana are mating and that sort of thing. And we have been through it a few times, but I think it's important for everyone to understand. And one of the postulations we had, and it was a good one, I forget exactly who it came from, was that perhaps Shadow is mating with Tingana because she doesn't really, she doesn't know about raising cubs and how long she should wait, etc. And Peggy and Sue, your question is similar. Is she mating with Tingana now because she doesn't really know when she should and when she shouldn't? It's not a question of that at all. It's a question of when a leopard comes into estrus. Now, they don't have any conscious decision over that. She won't mate it's for the sake of mating. She will mate when her hormones tell her to do that, and that's a heat. Like a dog or a cat will come into, domestic cat or dog, they will come into heat or into estrus. And so one of the follow-ons from that, your question, Peggy and Sue, is that it's quite possible. Now, we know that Shadow has failed to raise any cubs before now. She has some kind of genetic aberration, if you like, that makes her come into estrus too soon after having cubs, and therefore perhaps she then neglects the current cubs that she has. So I suspect that Peggy and Sue, is a pretty good postulation for why she's lost cubs and what's going on here. Drive a bit quicker. Sorry about that. If you are holding a drink, don't rest it on your lap, it'll come off. Whoa. I nearly lost the back there. probably about 4 minutes out now. So, general recap, just quickly, while you see me herring along like this, it might be a bit confusing if you've just joined us. We've been watching Sindile, 1-year-old leopard. His mother and father, Tingana and Shadow, are now in the throes of passion at Djuma Dam. And Kay in Wisconsin, very nice question, I think you have just joined us. Will she continue to provide food for Sindile if she falls pregnant? Answer is, I don't know. I think certainly until she gave birth again she would. Is she going to fall pregnant? I don't know. And would she continue to provide for him after she's had cubs? I think it's unlikely. But like I say, he looks pretty good. He looks pretty well fed. And I think he's making kills for himself. So while I would say that his future certainly is hanging more in the balance than it was yesterday at this time, it's certainly not all doom and gloom. Nearly there. Those lights you can see are where we live, and that's pretty close to Djuma Dam or Gari Dam or Vuyotela Dam, I never know. So all the way from Central America while we race through the reserve here. Ruth in Costa Rica, thank you and welcome back. Do they come into estrus naturally? Is it a sort of, or do they choose to? It's an entirely cyclical thing. I don't think there's any, just like a human being's sort of ovulation cycle is entirely unwillful, if you like. I think it's exactly the same for the leopards. It can be induced by things like losing a cub. So for lions, if they lose a cub, then absolutely the losing of a cub will induce some kind of mating. Now Scott has disappeared from here, so I'm just going to try and see if we can find exactly where those leopards were. I'm going to get my spotlight out, try not to fall into the footwell of the car. Viam, get your eyes on, man. Turn these other lights on too. See what we can find. So if any of you can let me know where at the waterhole these two leopards were. Right, I believe they were down here. Coming towards the waterhole, possibly exhausted and in need of a drink after the afternoon's exertions. There's something down there. That looks like a leopard to me. There's a leopard. Yes, it is. One leopard. Not sure where the other one is. It's wonderful. I cannot actually believe. Second leopard today. That's Shadow. And there's the big boy. Just in front of us there. Yeah? Shadow, Tingana's in front there.
Yeah, all good time.
All in good time, as you say. There we go. She's going back to him. I'll show you him once she's had her little drink. But he's just across the water. I'm going to diffuse the lights slightly. Sorry, Liam. There we go. This makes it less harsh on her. Yes, it's exhausting work producing new leopards. I can tell that the spring is on the way by the number of insecta that are starting to accost me on account of my spotlight. Shall we go have a look at the male, Liam? Would that be alright? There he is. There's the big fella there. So exciting. Right, here she comes. She's going across to him. I'm going to follow, and while I do that, Tim, you say you saw that Tingana was scent marking earlier, and you want to know is there a difference between just scent marking and... Ooh, this is going to be bumpy. Sorry about this, everybody. We don't sink in here. Tim, difference between scent marking and just leaving yourself. Tim, absolutely. And you can see the difference when they scent mark, and the males will normally save their urine basically for scent marking, but if they just want to go to the loo, as it were, they won't spray into the top of a bush. What they will do is they'll just squat like a house cat does. Sorry, Björn. Now, I don't know why she's leaving her erstwhile lover at some speed. I'm just going to wait here. There she goes. He is looking that direction, but she seems to be totally disinterested. Now, I'm very tempted to stay with him because I haven't seen this fellow for a long time. Also because I'd like to compare his size with that of his sons. And the other reason, of course, is that if she does come back, or if they are going to mate again, it'll probably be initiated by her. Oh, you can see the size of his head compared with Sindile's. That is not a small leopard. And look at the nonchalance with which he looks after where Shadow has gone. So I'm not sure why she's disappeared. Oh, here we go. Now, I don't know if you're able to see on your screen there the difference in size, but I mean, it is at least two. She's about, I'd say, 2/3 his size. He's at least a third again. I'm sure we have run over time, everybody, but if you're still with us, you're still welcome, and you can still send us any questions you like. #Safari Live or questions at wildearth.tv. And if you're wondering why you're not on the highlights reel, well, it's because we're about to test a camera, and basically it's just also a very good idea to hang around with magnificent leopards for as long as you can. He is now doing what I've seen Mvula do. He's licking fresh buffalo dung. Now they do that apparently just to line the gut, probably with some bacteria. which helps in the digestive process, I think. And also if they're feeling, apparently if they're feeling a bit queasy. I don't know who's done research that can tell if they're feeling queasy or not. But this is not uncommon. I've seen Mvula do exactly the same thing. There's a bird starting to call here that I haven't heard for many months, and that's because of the winter. Now he's rubbing his head in it. That's also common. So there's a bird behind us called a Scops owl going prrp, prrp, but there's another one. There, the fiery-necked nightjar. Lovely sound of the African night. Apparently says, "Good Lord, deliver us." Beautiful sound. Just to keep you updated, we're just going to keep watching this leopard, and it's hardly a trial. Scott is having a little trouble with the new camera, but I don't suppose that makes any difference to us, as we watched beautiful Tingana eating some some dung. Everybody, you've been asking about Sindile and wondering whether he'll be able to survive. Perhaps all he needs to do is come down the Gowrie Dam and eat dung. Hello, big fella. There's enough light on him. He's calling her, you know. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, it's such a lovely sound. Beautiful. What an afternoon we have had. She went that way. Oh, don't turn around. He's calling her now. He's definitely calling her. Ready? Well, this ain't your ordinary everyday Friday night. Here comes Scott. That's not Scott. That's not Scott at all. That's someone else. Here she comes. She's coming. She's coming from the left. Love is in the air. Look at the size difference. Look at the size difference. He's twice the size of her. Isn't that unbelievable? Gee whiz. People, this is such a privilege. Wow. He's about twice her size, eh?
Very much.
Now, Sindile's about her size now. She's maybe a little bit bigger, but I mean, comparatively, there's just no question. I think they're both going to drink now. You know. I think we need to be the other side of that light. That light you can see, you can probably watch us on the Gari Dam cam if you want to. Just going to go around.
Base plate that's used on the normal.
Same base plate that's on the normal camera. So sorry everybody, I'm going to have to keep just communicating with Scott and their vehicle. Just to, they are missing some equipment.
Tell them to take the one from the Manfrotto in the fireside chat bag.
And there's one in the Manfrotto on the fireside chat bag.
On Tingana.
Sorry everybody, these are the trials of technology. Such a beautiful warm evening this. I'd like to get around the other side of them, but it's going to be difficult at this stage. When was the last time you saw him, Vim? A while back.
Yeah, before I went on leave.
Yeah. I think we should try and get around there. Right, what I'm gonna do, everybody, is turn the spotlight off him and move around there, because I can't drive it and shine the spotlight and not get us stuck in the mud. So please be patient, quick. Ellen has just made an extremely good point, one which I hadn't been thinking about as we've been driving around. Shadow is now in the middle of Karula's territory, and basically they're at Vuyatela Dam, Ellen, like you say, and you say that she is in the heart of Karula's territory, which she is. Now, that's not unusual actually when they're mating. It's not unusual for the females to go out of territory to find males to mate. and especially when they're related to the current sort of owner of the territory, which of course she is. This is the daughter of Karula. I'm going to stop here then. Yeah, and that's quite interesting too. As Liam just pointed out, Tingana, although he has been seen here, is quite deep into Mvula's territory. These leopards have confounded me all I can cope with today. Look at this. Right, Christine, watch this. Christine in North Carolina, your question's about to be answered. I'm not going to answer it for you right now. You're going to see it now, and I will tell everybody what it is. Just watch this carefully. Your question is about to be answered. He is not interested. There we go. Now watch Christine from North Carolina. There. You see that, Christine? Your question was, does he have a barbed penis like a lion? And the answer is absolutely he does. It's very painful for her when he withdraws. And that's why she flicks around like that and she's swatted at him. And that's even more aggressive than lion mating. And she will probably come away with quite a few bites on the back of her neck as a result of this sort of copulatory affair. Nice question, Christine. Thank you for that. I'm glad I was able to just demonstrate it to you. Right, we're going to bump around a bit now to get through this mud. Sorry, Liam. There's not much I can do about the road, though. Exactly. What road? Grief, my clothes are going to rattle off my front. Okay, we're just going to go around the front, the top here. There they go, over the top there. From James and Kansas, I'm actually going to stop here and see where they go. You want to know, does she seek him out or does he seek her out? The answer, James, is that it's normally her. They often go out of territory to find a male to mate with. She's actually scent marking there. That's amazing.
Is that him?
No, that's him that's scent marking, you're right. There she is. So he's scent marking in Mvula's territory, basically. I haven't seen Mvula for a long time. So James, mainly it'll be her seeking him out, although she will spray. And if she is an estrus, he will pick that up and he will then seek her out too. I think we're going to lose them if they go down into this drainage line, everybody. I can't get in there from here. I'm afraid. I have sort of got in here before. spotlights on the back of that car. Okay, well we're down here now. Whether we can find them again, I don't know. Oh, there they go. There they go, through the middle of the bush there. Following them through here. There they are. Yeah, chaps, we can't go further than this, I'm afraid. So everybody, I'm afraid they've disappeared down into the drainage line. The other camera has failed to function, so we may go back live at some other stage, but I don't think we're going to find these leopards again. So that's going to be the end of it for this particular evening. Thank you to VM on camera. Thank you, VM. Thank you to Scott and Andrew, of course, and to Nikki and to Tara Dales there in the final control. And as Lisa says, it's going to be a fascinating next few months with Karula around. She's been mating with Shadow in her mother's territory, with Tingana in Mvula's territory. Maybe Mvula will come back. Who knows what's going to happen? And as Lisa, there they're mating again. Can't see them, I'm afraid. And I don't think I can say it any better than that, everybody. So thank you for all your questions and comments. It's been a wonderful afternoon of information sharing. Thank you. And we will see you tomorrow on the Dawn Safari. Bye-bye. And have a great day, evening, morning, whatever it is you are, wherever you happen to find yourself on our wonderful planet. See ya.
Surprise and welcome back. The sunset safari is now continuing into a nocturnal safari. We've got a slightly new adaptation this evening. We've got a big light that casts quite a even beam situated behind Andrew, who's still on camera, and we're hoping that it casts a more even light that's easier for him to film in. But we will be trying one or two things if this is your first time experiencing a test night drive. Well, basically we'll be trying a few different lighting techniques, and the exciting news is that we're going to actually be heading back towards where James has just left Shadow and Tingana, and we're going to try our luck one more time. Here comes James and Vim on their way back to camp. Good evening. Hey. See you later, gentlemen. But we don't have time to chat because we need to go and try and find those leopards. So what my plans are to go across the dam wall and then drive down. There's a little sneaky alley that takes you down into the Mulwati, and we might be a little bit ahead of them depending on how fast they're moving. I'm just guessing at this stage, but we could get lucky and get to see them one last time. The problem with this riverbed that they've headed into, like most riverbeds, it's quite thick and it's got a lot of vegetation. It's hard to drive through in a few areas where it's very difficult or impossible to cross. Okay, so I just shone down to the right of the dam wall there just to make sure there wasn't one last glimpse of them, but I think they've already moved through there according to the updates that I've got, and that's why I'm feeling confident that if we loop ahead of them we could get lucky. I'm going to turn on these bright lights now, which is probably going to have a negative effect on the filming, but it'll mean we'll be able to get into the right spot sooner. And basically what we're hoping to achieve by using this camera that picks up really incredible light in the evening will allow us to film animals that we don't often get to film easily. And when you shine a spotlight on some animals, it will certainly have an effect on their behavior on certain species. So this camera could make a big difference in giving us insights into the lives of the other strange animals that occur here and that come out after dark. We've seen some eyes reflecting there. Are we in luck? Oof. It's a little bit far away to see what it is, but let's just stop and listen. Now, it could be them. It's so difficult to see. It's so thick, but I can just see. Ooh. No, that looks like an antelope. It dropped its head from where it was looking at us to quite a low angle, only capable of an antelope, because a leopard's neck is not nearly as long as that. So let's continue down into the dip here and see what we can find here. You can hear the stops owl calling every time we stop. Another call you can look out for, that's a really wonderful one to hear, and it's only started up very recently, is the fiery-necked nightjar. I'm sure when we stop next, you will get to hear that beautiful call. See, I just saw a scrub here. I don't know if it's still in shot, but then again, I don't know, you've got the wrong lens on, hey Andrew? You've got the wide on.
Yeah.
Which is no good for the scrub hair, hey?
No.
Okay. So we'll scrap the scrub hair due to having the wide angle lens on.
I can change the lens.
Let's just drop down into the drainage here and then maybe change the lens then, and then you can play around a bit in here. That's alright?
Yes.
And what we'll do is we'll just stop and see if we can't hear these leopards again. And while we're in here, Andrew can play around and change lenses and see how they work with this new light that we have behind us. That's casting quite a dim light, but a well spread light, a very focused spread, or a very evenly spread light.
Let's try to go for the moon.
Okay, Andrew is going for the moon now, and I'm sure you'll also pick up quite a few stars around the moon. I was watching last night when they were doing the test, and it was remarkable how many stars this camera picked up. And astronomy certainly is a wonderful topic to discuss, and this camera might open up that avenue for us on the night drives. I'm told you can, from Nikki when they were watching last night, that you can actually see the whole circumference of the moon, but as well as the part that's illuminated by the sun, which is what we're seeing now. And interestingly enough, that bright white light that we can see shining back on us is a reflection of a black surface, a black substance called ilmenite. It's a shiny black stone, and that covers the whole of the moon. And it's the reflection of those black shiny stones that create this white reflection that we see. Andrew's now turning off that backlight, which was the rustling you heard earlier. And now what you playing with?
Just playing with the ISO, pumping it
Okay.
quite high.
I'm told this camera has the incredible ability to go up to 400 and I think 69,000 ISO. Now on my camera, which is fairly modern, certainly not the best of its kind, can only go up to the ISO of 12,800, and that's quite good in this day and age. You do get some cameras that are better, but the one we're using tonight is 409,000 as opposed to my camera's 12,800, so remarkably high ISO. And the ISO basically lets in more light. It causes a more grainy picture, but at least it will allow us to be able to view animals at night without really having an impact on what they're doing. A lot of animals, as soon as the spotlight shines on them, understandably they get a little bit nervous and they scurry off. But if we can capture them with this camera with a very dim light cast in their direction, it could make a huge difference. And even last night, in one of the first tests with this new camera, Brent had a wonderful sighting. He says the best sighting he's ever had of a white-tailed mongoose. And hopefully we'll have lots more of those moments to share with you. You can hear the Scops owl calling. And why don't you time it? There's a 4-second delay between each call. So wait until the next one and then time it. One, two, three, four. There we go. There's quite a few of them calling, so that may throw you off a bit. And my earpiece has fallen off again. So, or unplugged itself rather. So I haven't been in comms with FC. Go ahead. Okay, well, I am so happy to hear that there are actually some people still watching, one of which is Lynn, all the way in Michigan. And Lynn is interested to know what exactly the setup is going to be. Will each vehicle have one of these cameras? And what exactly are the plans? Well, at this stage, Lynn, to be honest, we're just hoping that it works. And once we've established how well it works and the feasibility of it working well, we may then decide how many we're going to get and how exactly we're going to move forward in terms of what to do with the camera. Obviously, there are some slight complications because we'd have to change the daytime cameras over to the nighttime cameras, so that's already a little hurdle that we'd have to come across. But there are some very exciting plans with the WildEarth and Safari Live operation, and you can expect to see a lot more gadgets and gizmos getting involved in the whole planning. So these little toys, just like the one we're trying tonight, may open up a lot more avenues. It's just about testing them now to actually see whether they work, and then we'll try and make plans thereafter on how exactly we're going to implement them. But it is exciting stuff, Lynn, and I'm happy to hear that some of you are still watching. I'm just going to turn on the side lights now to see how that works. I'm told it worked very well last night with Brent, so we've got them going now.
I shouldn't have put on a big lens.
Okay, and Andrew now is wanting to play around a little bit more and change lenses, understandably. He was very excited when we finally managed to get the one screw out of the base plate that gets attached onto the tripod. We had a small issue, that's what delayed us heading out this evening. And by the time we finally did get going, Andrew was ecstatic to get his turn to try the new piece of equipment out. The lens he's putting on now is a 70 to 200mm lens, it looks like, whereas the one before was a wide angle, possibly a 17 to 40mm, I'm not too sure. told there were some issues focusing the wide angle. I'm not sure, Andrew, what was you did everything you could there, just couldn't focus on me.
No, they're saying with this big lens I can't get you in because it's too big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that won't work.
But maybe we can find the animal.
Okay, good idea. I'm surprised we haven't heard these leopards calling, everyone. So that's a bit of a pity. But I have been chatting away quite a lot, and with one earpiece in my right ear and my left ear not working as well as everyone else's around me, I fear we may have missed the call. But thankfully, earlier on when I was with Andrew, he was pointing out where he thought they were, and he certainly helped us in getting to them. Do you want to play around a little bit more here, Andrew, or should we go and look for some animales?
Let's go find a scrub here or two, I think.
Okay, very good. Well, you heard Andrew's command, so that is what we shall be doing next. We are going in search of a scrub hare, which is actually exciting stuff because it's not often we get to say that. But now that we've got the right tool for the job, it could be quite fun. I still am going to use the spotlights initially to help us try and establish where animals are, and then we'll switch it off thereafter. And apologies, I know it's a very bright light, but this is part of the testing operation, and I'm sure you're all enjoying seeing the glitches and faults as we go along. Lost, Andrew. Elephants have just been doing some serious exterior decorating here and have repositioned quite a few trees. No ways! Well, we've just had a comment through from Colleen, and she thinks she saw a bat flying past. It's certainly possible, Colleen. There are lots of little insect-eating bats that we get here, and also potentially fruit bats, but I haven't seen any fruit bats in the Sabi Sands myself. They do occur nearby though.
Sorry, I think I must put the other lens on until we find something.
Okay.
That way we can see you and...
Okay, good idea. Just grab it off my Pelican PS50. Okay folks, so you heard the plan. We're gonna switch back to the wide angle. Confirm on the wide angle or on the zoom lens?
If we stand still, I'll be able to. It's just because we're moving.
Okay, copy. He will be able to. So, just like I said, going to try the wide angle again. Andrew says that as long as we're stationary, he'll be able to get his focus on me, which is the problem that I'm told you were experiencing earlier. But he hasn't been given much time to play around with this camera, and we've been on the move as soon as it got working. You should see the look of concentration on Andrew's face. It is quite something.
Okay.
Okay, I think he's happy. Oh, there's some bats. The bats are back. So luckily he's got the wide angle lens on. They're all over us. So watch closely. Let me see if we can shine the lights high up into the sky.
Oh, yes, we're seeing them.
There they are. Look at them. They're everywhere. Sadly, I don't have a monitor, so I can't see what you're seeing, but oh, that one was close. I'm sure you got that one. They're coming in. I've counted about 5 at least different ones. And imagine how many little insects they're eating. I can actually see a few tiny insects flying around. And they're an incredibly important part of ecosystems that often actually go unnoticed because they do all their work under cover of darkness, and people often don't realize how many bats live around them or amongst them. And without them, our planet would be plagued with insects. They have incredibly high metabolisms and need to eat huge amounts of insects, which certainly keep things a little bit more comfortable for us, especially out here in the bush where we can get plagued with insects. We need all the help we can get to keep their numbers down. Is that enough bats, Andrew, or should we?
I think we all batted out.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's enough bats for now, because we're all excited to see the other capabilities of this camera. We know that you can get a few glimpses of bats now, but let's go see what else it's capable of doing. What I plan on doing is driving a little bit further down the Mawati, further to the east, to see if anything's popped out. I just need to put the side lights back down. I pointed them up into the sky earlier. There we go. Very good. As much fun as we are having, folks, we're probably going to have to head back to camp in about 5 minutes or so, because some of the crew need to head back to the Manyaleti, which is another reserve nearby. Well, change in plans. I forgot that Andrew actually offered to sleep on the couch this evening so that we can continue tonight's adventure. So everyone's in luck. The show will go on for more than the 5 minutes that I just said it would, but for how much longer than that, I'm not too sure, but it certainly is exciting stuff. And I just feel sorry for all of the viewers that don't know about this. I hope everyone's got the message. Confirm less shining of spotlight on dashboard. Okay, so I'm just getting a few updates there from FC, and we're going to have to try and fine-tune a few things. Andrew's going to try and move the little handle that you can see sticking out on the front left of the picture, bottom front, bottom left. And I'm shining the spotlight on the hood of the vehicle, or the bonnet as we call it here in South Africa, as the sensitive camera is picking up too much bright light and blinding all of you, so apologies for that. Okay, cool, we found an animal, Andrew. It's off to our right. There's a diker, so it's probably run off. But I'm guessing we might need to change lenses, it's probably a bit too far. Yeah, it's a bit too far, and it's disappeared into the bushes. So, what we shall do, ideally I think we should head back up to quarantine, simply because it's nice and open and there'll be some game there to film.
Yeah, I think quarantine will be good.
Okay, cool. So, rather than staying in this area with the slim chance of bumping into Tingana and Shadow again, we're actually going to head to an area that's more open and where there's often a lot of general game, antelope, impala, wildebeest, sleeping at night. It's the same open clearing actually where Brent saw the white-tailed mongoose last night, and it is a resident there, and because it has seen quite a lot of vehicles moving up and down between Final Control and the camp where we stay, and I guess all the guests coming and going from the two camps here on Djuma, that it's become fairly habituated through default because of the area that it lives in. So I think it's going to be a better bet for test driving the machinery here. I'm already looking forward to waking up tomorrow morning because, as we said earlier, leopards can mate for 3 to 5 days, just like lions. So they could still be at it tomorrow, and I'm sure both Brent and myself will drive down on either side of this Mulwati riverbed and see if we can't find any of their tracks coming out. The great thing about following up on mating leopards is that you've got 2 sets of tracks, where there's usually only one with leopard because they're solitary, and the other bonus is that they keep making those noises as they growl and snarl at one another. Just seen some eyes up here, can't quite work out what it is, and it's extremely thick. Might get a gap here. Andrew might also be able to see a bit better because he's higher than me. Anything in there? Interesting. Well, I'm guessing because it did dart off, it was in all likelihood an antelope. Leopards would be less inclined to rush off away from us. What also might actually be quite fun is seeing what's going on around the Djuma waterhole on our way up to the quarantine clearings. Interestingly enough, there's a heron that's become a nocturnal hunter and uses the light from the waterhole camera to do its fishing after hours. So we might find a grey heron there hunting, or possibly some other animals coming down for a drink. Unlikely that it would be any of the prey species at night time after dark, but possibly some different predators. Maybe Karula will pop in, some of the smaller nocturnal creatures. A honey badger would be another incredible animal that we will hopefully see more of the more time we spend out after dark. They aren't completely nocturnal, but in the Sabi Sands they are, I think, most active after dark. Whereas in cooler areas of Africa they may be seen moving more throughout the day. Areas like the Kalahari, and that's actually where I've had some of the best honey badger viewing in my life, in the Kalahari Transfrontier National Park, which opens up into South Africa, Botswana and Namibia. And it's an incredibly beautiful park. It's deserts and beautiful rolling sand dunes, and a lot of strange animals like aardvark, honey badgers, African wildcats. I saw a crazy photo of a caracal, which is another animal that you get there, beautiful cat with wispy black tufts on its ears. That had, and it's bigger than an African wildcat, considerably so, and it was obviously trying to kill this African wildcat when somebody was lucky enough to capture it below it. Oh, this is going to be fun. I've just seen a fish jump. I wonder how well that's going to work on this camera. The fish are swirling in the dam below us. And I don't know if Andrew's going to want to do a lens change here or...
Yeah. Let's check the stars and then we'll do a lens change.
Okay, Andrew wants to do a bit of Andrew wants to do a bit of stargazing quickly before he changes lenses. And like I said earlier, sadly I'm not seeing your picture, but getting a lot of feedback through from Nikki in Final Control. And happy to hear that so many of you are enjoying this little addition to the regular safari. It's actually a wonderful, wonderful evening now. It's calm, no wind, a nice cool temperature. It was a bit hot earlier when we headed out this afternoon. So I'm going to try and point out the Southern Cross to you and the 2 pointers. I know Brent did point them out to you last night, but not everyone would have been watching. And I sadly don't have my correct tool. I wasn't ready for this. But with the laser lights, we would be able to do this job a lot better. But there's going to be a big wide beam pointing out to the Southern Cross, which you can see it's lying on its side with the length axis going this way and the cross axis going up that way. Now if you follow the cross axis, you'll get to 2 very bright stars just above them. Those are termed as the pointers, and they're called Alpha Centauri and Beta Centauri. And if you draw a line between the two, and then a perpendicular line running down to the left, where that perpendicular line bisects an extension of the length axis, which would be somewhere probably here, you get celestial south. And then if you drop the torch all the way down to the land, that will become true south. So that is how you work out south. It's not just the direction that the cross is pointing in, it does need to be coupled with the pointers and that perpendicular line where those 2 points bisect. You drop straight down and you get south. I can't see too much else going on, although Scorpio is above us. I don't know if the camera will be able to, yeah, maybe. It might just be able to catch the tail. That's the tail.
Yeah, we can get the tail.
Okay. Now, with a lot of the star signs, they don't really look like the pictures you see in the magazines. You have to be a little bit creative. But basically, I'm going to try and run the torch the whole way from the tip of its tail all the way up its body.
Oh, we can't get the top.
You can't get the top.
No, just the bottom.
And there?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, good idea. Nikki's just told me to reverse onto a very well situated slope behind us. And that is going to make a very big difference. Well done, Nikki. Because the way that the camera is mounted onto a tripod on the back of the vehicle, there's only so much give that it can go back. And that's why sometimes when birds are flying above us, we can't continue to show you them. Oh, this is going to work like a charm. Okay. So, Andrew, how are things looking up there? We need that whole thing.
Oh no.
Too much.
Too much to ask for.
Okay. What can you get?
Pretty much.
Are we still at not a steep enough angle?
Yeah, angle's not steep enough, it would seem. Put it where you got the other lens.
Welcome back, everyone. And Andrew just kicked off what is called a crocodile clip, clipped onto one of the batteries. There's a battery bank below me, or behind me rather, with 5 massive batteries on that we have to charge up every day and after every drive. And there was a little crocodile clip clamped onto one of those batteries, giving power to one of the many devices required to get this broadcast to you, especially with this new camera. There's a whole bunch of new wires that I'm seeing, and that's why we went black screen. And what we're doing now is just changing lenses. Andrew has been told he is no longer allowed to stargaze, and he needs to film the fish jumping out of the water.
Wait a second.
And he should be plugged in shortly. And with this long lens, it's a very, very different lens to the one he had on earlier. The one he had on earlier was a 16 to 35 millimeter lens, whereas this one is a 70 to 200 millimeter lens. So a lot more zoom. It's actually the same lens that I have on my camera, just not the generic version thereof. And it's a great lens, and it's going to get you fairly close to this waterhole. You probably won't be able to see the fish's scales as they jump out the water, but you will maybe be able to make out the fish. And what I'm going to do, and what's actually a good trick to remember when on safari, is to use your binoculars. They let in an incredible amount of light, and in scenarios where you may want to use dim light, and I'm told you can see the ripples perfectly. And isn't this pond alive? The poor fish in here have their work cut out for them. It'll be a combination of at least 2 different species of fish you can see swirling about here. Some are called tilapia, and the others are called barbel, which are kind of catfish. The barbel may stand a chance of surviving, provided they don't get plucked out of these muddy waters, because they have the incredible ability to be able to encase themselves in the mud and a thick layer of mucus, and then breathe in oxygen while they wait for the next rains to come and fill up their pond. The tilapia, however, are not so fortunate. I'm sure you'd like to be a little bit closer there, Andrew. How's the zoom?
Closer the better. We don't have them.
Sadly, the heron is not here tonight, and I suppose it's got spoiled for choice and has got many drying ponds that it can go and feed in. I saw a fish eagle flying overhead this morning, and it's really interesting. For a few months now, I've noticed a fish eagle flying on the same flight path every morning at almost the same time, often with the fish in its talons, taking it obviously back to a nest. And I think the nest is south of our property, somewhere past Twin Dams, because it flies straight past there, often over the quarantine clearings. And this morning when I was on tracking team on foot looking for the new hyena den sites, I saw one flying over with some very heavy cargo. Okay, I've been instructed to get you guys a little bit closer to the water, which I can happily do.
Should we get the light? Yeah, on that side.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, it won't take us long. We just need to loop through this little drainage line, which is an overflow where the dam wall actually broke, I think. It was the spillway used to be on the northern side of the dam, whereas now it's on the southern side of the dam. And that was after some very, very heavy rains. Oh, well, very happy to hear that some of you are not only watching the show from this camera that Andrew's using, but you're also watching from the Djuma waterhole camera. And I think we don't actually mention it enough, but for those of you who don't know, I certainly must tell you that there is a 24-hour-a-day live camera that we'll stop and show you once we get into the right spot. And it provides us with some incredible sightings and information of what goes on at this waterhole after dark. It's controlled by people who we term zoomies, and there are zoomies all around the world who actually control this camera remotely from wherever they are. Just going to stop here and Andrew can show you the camera, which is just up to our right. Hello everybody who is watching on the camera. Well, I must apologize to Gregory, who has just told us he's been busy washing the dishes and he didn't know that this was happening and that it is still live. Apologies, Gregory. We were planning on doing it and then we thought against it because we're having problems getting the equipment working, and at the last minute we managed to get it up and running, so we came out without much warning. So apologies, Gregory, but you are right, this is live, and I guess at least you've got washing the dishes out the way, and now you can enjoy the rest of the safari with us. So, Andrew, are you happy with your filming of the cam? Did everyone get to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's get some fish.
So, you all got to see the waterhole cam, and there's not only one here on Djuma, but also at Arathusa. So, two fun additions to, oh, I think I can see the catfish breathing. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be absolutely awesome. We're going to be able to see the catfish. I think I said drinking. By drinking I meant breathing. Oh no ways, this is going to be awesome. Andrew, have fun. There are absolutely, maybe not hundreds of them, but there are so many. Look at that. I wish I was seeing the picture you're seeing, but what I'm going to do to try and simulate it is look through my binoculars. Like I said earlier, they really do let in a lot of light. And you'll notice the catfish have got very long whiskers sticking out. So those are the catfish that we're seeing. Tilapia won't be able to do this. Tilapia, like most regular fish, breathe through oxygen being processed on their gills. So water running over their gills and their gills then somehow filtering and capturing the oxygen as it flows over their gills. Catfish are different. They've got actual lungs and they're breathing in the air. There's obviously not much oxygen in this muddy water, and that's why they're all coming up to charge up with oxygen. They sometimes also do it during the day. I guess they might realize, oh, a bat just flew past, but I'm not sure if with this zoom lens it would be a miracle if it flew through the shot, but still possible. Oh no, where's Andrew? On the left, on the left, on the left, yeah. I just saw a whole catfish. It was probably 3 feet long. Look, there. Did you get it, Andrew? Coming into the shallows. Well done, Andrew did get it, I'm told. Let's just keep the light shining here, because I did see one do a similar maneuver earlier. It obviously gets fairly shallow there, but at least 3 foot long, possibly longer. They get quite big, these catfish. Seem to calm down a little bit. On the far bank, Andrew. Oh, no, it stopped. Okay, now that there's only one scopsal that I can hear calling, we might be able to try doing the 4-second count between the calls. They stick to a very set rhythm. So on the next one I'll count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I mean, my counting may have not been perfect timing, but close enough to just about 4 seconds they repeat that call. And you might be getting some glimpses of these catfishes, longbacks. They're a long, flat fish that often feed on the bottom of lakes and dams and rivers close to us here, Andrew. You got this one here. Oh, I'm not sure how much light I should shine on it. As I was saying though, they're bottom feeders and feed on just about anything that they can fit in their mouths. A lot of fishermen throughout Africa actually use soap to catch these fish. Literally a bar of soap on a hook into the water, catfish comes out. Hard to believe, but they eat soap and mainly meat ideally. Are carnivorous. Baby weavers that fall out of their nest will certainly be consumed by the catfish. And they are predatory fish, and in clear water they can even take fast moving lures if you are fishing for them. And I'm sure you're picking up the audio of the crickets and also the owls, as well as these fish breathing and swirling through the water. It's a very, very calm and beautiful evening. And like I said a little bit earlier, the temperature is absolutely perfect. So I did say a little bit earlier that there's two types of fish at least in this waterhole. I know that there's tilapia in here because we saw a saddle-billed stork pluck one out of here not too long ago before a fish eagle prevented it from finishing its hard-won meal, and it chased the bird, and the bird dropped the saddle-billed stork dropped the tilapia back into the water. It was an incredible sighting. Donna would like to know if there are the tilapia that are also actually breathing here, or is it just the catfish? And Donna, it is just the catfish that we can see breathing. I guess because the water is so low, we may be seeing the odd tail potentially of a tilapia, but I'm convinced that they are hiding out in the deeper little puddles, and the catfish are more prone to this kind of behavior that we're seeing now. It's not uncommon for leopard, especially young and hungry leopards, to try and pluck barbel out of these. To try and pluck one of these catfish out the water. I've never actually seen that, but I have seen other footage and pictures of leopards doing that. So imagine if we get to see one of our local leopards plucking one of these catfish out of it. It'll be incredible. And I'm just told that I've answered Shirley's question all the way in Canada. Shirley just asked if lion or leopard will ever eat fish. I haven't heard of lion doing it or seen footage thereof, but that's not to say that they will not do it. So it certainly is possible. But I think leopards would be more inclined to do it. Well, I know they are for a fact. I've seen lions, interestingly enough, and leopards attacking and eating crocodiles, but it's not quite a fish. But most predators, Shirley, will feed on just about anything that they can overpower.
Oh, battery finished.
Well, welcome back everyone. We have just changed batteries, which was surprisingly harder than one would have expected it to be. And we are now going to continue on and see if we can film anything else that we don't get to see very often. I hope you all enjoyed the catfish. But we're going to head up now to the quarantine clearings where we were initially heading towards, and we're hoping to find some general game up there. Who knows, maybe the same white-tailed mongoose as last night. Just turn those lights on for a little while. Alright, so we're just going to leave the zoom lens on rather than changing to wide angle. Are we live or am I talking to myself? Oh no, my earpiece is out. That's maybe why I think I am not live, because I can't hear Nikki chatting to me. Hello? Okay, welcome back. You are all there, good to know. So like I was saying, we're not going to change back to the wide angle because we're feeling confident that it's not going to take us long to find another animal to film. Again, I am going to use this big spotlight. I know it's very bright, but that's we're in luck. We're in luck. Get ready, guys. Right, Andrew. I want to use the torch. It's right here, a little something. There it is. Right there.
Negative.
Right here. Got it? It's probably the same white-tailed mongoose that Brent saw last night. And it's completely relaxed with us.
Just wait a second.
Oh, wait a sec, I'm just going to turn this. Wouldn't it be awesome to see what it's foraging for? Maybe we'll see it make a kill. I'm just lifting up the light. I'm just using the side light, but I'm trying to tilt it and not use too much light. Make it too bright. How's that looking, Andrew?
That's good.
What an awesome animal, it's so close to us. Hello. Look at how tiny its ears are. I can actually hear it sniffing from here. It's got a very powerful nose, and it'll actually smell small rodents and insects under the ground and then dig them up. And won't won't it be awesome if we get to see it do that? It's certainly possible. Just swiveled around there quite intently. Maybe it's getting excited. Maybe it can smell something close by. Look at that big white bushy tail. Oh, I'm convinced it's going to start digging. He got something. No ways, he caught a scorpion. I can't see it, but you can. And you can hear him crunching through it. No ways. Andrew. Scorpion kill.
Awesome.
Listen to him crunching through that scorpion. I wish I knew what type of scorpion it was. I'm guessing it was an Epistothalmus glabifrons. They don't have regular names, scorpions, common names. But it's a scorpion that we will start to see at this time of the year coming out and moving around. It's not highly venomous. It's got quite big pincers. So if you noticed big pincers on that scorpion, I'm not sure how well you got to see it. But if you did see big pincers or noticeable pincers like a little crab, then that would be an indication that the scorpion was not highly venomous and an easy meal for this mongoose. Can you believe it? It was actually incredible to see because he could smell it, he couldn't see it. And he started darting around excitedly before we saw him make the final kill. He's moving a little bit far away now, I'm guessing, for this lens, so we might think about repositioning again. I wonder if we'll be able to get as close as he came to us earlier. I think it was just complete luck that we were on the road at the right time, because if all the time and just see how well the camera picks it up in different kinds of light. The flashes you're getting from the screen are little insects that are flying into the lights.
It's coming when I change the f-stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So as you change the f-stop, it makes little bright lights. Oh.
Just confirm that with FC, I think so. Maybe it is the bugs.
It's either the bugs or Andrew altering the f-stop. I know as the bugs do fly past light, they do illuminate very brightly, and that could have been it, but it also could possibly be Andrew tweaking some of the settings. Should we leave the mongoose onto its business and see what else we can find?
Yes.
Okay, well, it doesn't get much better than that. A white-tailed mongoose catching a scorpion. It's something that I've never seen and certainly didn't think I would be seeing this evening. So well done to all of those of you who are sticking around